Cek, 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 1, 2, 3, cek, cek, cek. Cek, selamat pagi Bapak Ibu, para tamu undangan yang sudah hadir. Disilahkan bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih ada di luar ballroom, kami menginvite Bapak Ibu untuk hadir dan datang memasuki ballroom dan menempati tempat yang sudah disediakan karena acara akan segera dimulai. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Grand Santi Hotel Denpasar, Bali, and we would like to invite you all gathered around here at the ballroom. Fill the spot available for now at front, yeah? And make yourself comfortable as we are about to start the opening ceremony. Thank you very much. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We would like to invite everyone to gather around at the ballroom Grand Santi Hotel Denpasar. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please fill the seats available at front, since we will begin the opening ceremony shortly. And as a courtesy, we would like to kindly request all mobile communications or any devices to be switched into silent mode during the opening ceremony and the conference. Sekali lagi selamat pagi kepada Bapak Ibu para tamu undangan yang sudah hadir di ballroom area Hotel Grand Santi Denpasar, Bali, serta peserta. Dan baik Bapak Ibu para tamu undangan serta peserta yang baru saja hadir, kami silakan untuk menempati tempat duduk yang sudah disediakan karena acara akan segera dimulai. Dan mohon perhatian kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan dan para peserta untuk mengaktifkan seluruh HP seluler atau telepon seluler dan segala jenis alat komunikasi ke dalam mode diam selama acara berlangsung. Terima kasih. Once again, good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Grand Santi Hotel Denpasar, Bali, and would like to invite you all to gather around at the ballroom area since we will start the opening ceremony shortly. Selamat pagi kepada Bapak Ibu para tamu undangan yang sudah hadir di Grand Santi Denpasar dan Bapak Ibu para tamu undangan serta peserta acara. Kami persilakan untuk memasuki ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk paling depan terlebih dahulu karena acara akan segera dimulai. And as a courtesy, we would like to kindly request all mobile communications and devices to be switched into silent mode during the opening conference and the conference as well. Mohon perhatian kepada Bapak Ibu, para tamu undangan serta peserta untuk mengaktifkan mode diam pada telepon seluler atau segala jenis alat komunikasi selama acara berlangsung. Terima kasih. Once again, to everyone who is just arrived or still outside, please come gather around at the ballroom area since we will begin the opening ceremony shortly. Bapak Ibu, sekali lagi kami ingatkan untuk segera masuki ballroom area karena acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih. Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, namo buddhaya, salam sejahtera, salam kebajikan, rahayu. A very good morning to excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 4th Science and Technology International Conference 2025. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? That's the energy. Thank you very much. And my name is Dayusita, as your master of ceremony of the conference today. And first and foremost, allow me to extend a greeting to our honorable guests who has joined us today. His Excellency Rector of Udayana University, and in this occasion represented by Vice Rector of Planning and Academic Affairs, Professor Insinyur Inengah Sujaya. Selamat pagi Bapak. Her Excellency Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, Professor Dr. Andani Lohwatiniasih, PhD. Selamat pagi, Ibu. The Honorable Chairperson of the 4th Science and Technology International Conference 2025, Bapak Igusti Ngurah Lanang Wijaya Kusuma. The Honorable All Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, the Honorable Senate Coordinator of Mathematics Natural Science, Udayana University, and as well as to all the Honorable of Program Studies Coordinators of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, and as well our respected speakers and moderators of the conference today, all the committees of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you all to the opening ceremony today on Monday, 27th of October 2025 here at the Grand Santi Ballroom Denpasar, Bali. And as the highlight of the event, the 4th Science and Technology International Conference, or STIC, it has become an annual conference, serves as a platform for researchers to share their findings in the fields of science, technologies, along with their applications, and to also positively contribute to the improvement of societal welfare and sustainability. Organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, with this year's theme that is Building Sustainable Societies Through Scientific and Technological Advancements, the conference aims to discuss these topics and facilitates knowledge exchange among researchers. And additionally, the conference will encourage global collaboration among participants, and the event will be conducted in hybrid format, allowing for both on-site and online discussions. And you may check out our live streaming from our YouTube channel at Udayana TV. Now, proceeding to the opening agenda, we request your attention at the big screen behind me for a safety briefing. Thank you very much. And Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to steal, and we would like to steal your attention, and it is our pleasure to invite you to witness the beautiful welcoming dance that is called Cendrawasih dance. And a glimpse on this wonderful dance, it is inspired by the bird of paradise in Indonesia, and in Bali, the bird of paradise that is known as Manuk Dewata, or the bird of gods. And the dance is performed by 2 women. One is portraying a male bird and one is portraying a female bird. Takes the form of a mating ritual, the attractive and agile emotions of the male birds showing off the beauty to attract the female. Therefore, we present you Tari Cendrawasih. Wonderful. Can we have a round of applause to our students? Amazing, amazing performance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to strengthen our nationality, we would like to invite you to please rise and stand up as we will be singing National Anthem of Indonesia. Silakan Bapak Ibu dimohon untuk berdiri. Nah, saatnya menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain arise or stand up as we will continue to a swift, quick praying sessions. This is our national gesture to God or the universe so that the conference will start and end it very smoothly. And allow me to guide the session. Please adjust your position according to your religion and belief. Ladies and gentlemen, the praying starts now. Finish. Everyone, please be seated. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, come closer to our main agenda and to initiate today's opening ceremony. Let us hear a report remarks that will be delivered by chairperson of the conference. Therefore, we invite Bapak Igusti Ngurah Lanang Wijaya Kusuma, SSI, MCOM. The stage is yours.
Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Welcome in the STIC, 5th STIC in 2025. Welcome to honorable guests, the Rector of Udayana University, which is represented by Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Insinyur Nengah Sujaya, Chair of Institute Research and Community Service, Professor Dr. Imade Alit Karyawan Salain, and the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Dr. Niluh Watianiasih, MSc PhD, and the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science, Dr. Imade Sukadana, and all the of head unit in Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, and all the program coordinator in Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, and all the honorable speaker in this conference. It's a great pleasure to welcome all of you in the 4th Science and Technology International Conference in Hotel Grand Santi, Denpasar, Bali. This year's theme is Building Sustainable Societies through Scientific and Technological Advancement, to reflect our shared commitment and to promoting knowledge and innovation and collaboration for a better future. This annual conference is organized by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, University of Udayana, to serve as a platform for researchers and practitioners and students from around the world to exchange ideas, disseminate research findings, and explore new frontiers in science and technology. In alignment with its vision, STIC continues to foster cross-disciplinary dialogue and strengthen the global network of academics and innovators. We are delighted to report that this year's conference has attracted a total of 128 participants, consisting of 105 offline presenters, 20 online presenters, and 3 participants attending as audience of the members only. This impressive participation demonstrates the growing enthusiasm and relevance of the STIC in the global platform of collaboration and innovation. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to express our gratitude to all of the presenters and the author of their valuable contribution of the science, and to our distinguished guests and invited speakers for sharing their expertise. Our sincere gratitude also goes to the Rector of Udayana University, the Dean, and the head of all units in Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science. We truly hope that the discussion on findings and innovation presented at the 2025 STIC will inspire new collaboration and contribute meaningfully to the advancements of science and technology. That's all of my report. Thank you for your attention. Om Santi Santi.
Thank you very much, Bapak, for your report. Distinguished guests, also joining us today, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, to deliver her welcoming speech. To the Honorable Professor Niluhwati Niasih, you may have the floor.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Rector of Udayana University, in this time represented by the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Nengas Sujaya, the Honorable, the Chair of the Institute for Research and Community Service, probably isn't coming today, the head of the Institute for Learning Development and Quality Assurance, Universitas Udayana, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, the study program, the coordinator of study program amongst Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, the head of units, and all the distinguished guests, keynote speakers, respected researchers, lecturers, students, and all participants joining the event today. Om Swastiastu. Good morning to you all. Let us begin by expressing our gratitude to the Almighty God, Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, for His blessing and grace that we are able to gather here today, Monday, October the 27th, 2025, at the 4th Science and Technology International Conference, STIC 2025. This event was held in hybrid manner in Denpasar and via Zoom. This annual conference, organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, serves as a platform to exchange the information, experiences, and research findings among academics, researchers, practitioners from diverse scientific fields. This main theme for this year's conference is building sustainable societies through scientific and technological advancements. Carries a profound message about the importance of cross-disciplinary collaborations. This emphasis that progress in science and technology must ultimately benefit for society and contribute to the representation of our environment. We can't deny that today scientific and technological developments are advancing at an extraordinary pace, often progressing independently and even outpacing one another. Such rapid change sometimes makes it difficult for us to stay attuned to what is happening across institutions and nations. Therefore, through this convening of STIC 2025, we hope to gain broader insights into the latest scientific and technological advancements from various sectors, both nationally and internationally. Based on the data that we received, this event is attended by 126 participants, including 125 presenters representing institutions from both Indonesia and abroad. These invited speakers also come from the wide range of disciplines, representing 6 different countries. So I would like to extend my deepest appreciation and sincere gratitude to all speakers and participants for all your willingness to share your knowledge and experience and expertise in these conferences. I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee as well, to their dedication and hard work in planning, preparing, and successfully executing this event. It is my honorable as well and my sincere to the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Ninga Sujaya, to open this conference today. So this is my sincere to STIC as well to bring meaningful impact to the advancement and science technology, inspire new ideas and innovation, and initiate long collaborations that led to the growth for sustainable and resilient societies. Once again, my sincere and wishes goes to the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Ninga Sujaya, as a representative Director of Udayana University to open this event. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, nama budaya, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Rahayu, rahayu, rahayu.
Thank you very much, Ibu Prof, for the warm welcoming remarks. And following with the last opening remark that will be delivered by the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Udayana University, and proceed by the striking gong, and that will be instructed by me to the official opening remarks. Therefore, to His Excellencies, Professor Insinyur Inangas Sujaya, you may have the floor. Thank you.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu. Apologize for a little bit late because this morning we received a memo of Parliament to the campus. Sorry for that delay. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Chair of the Institute for Research and Community Service, Acting Head of the Institute of Learning Development and Quality Assurance, Prof. Alit, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Honorable Chair of SNATS, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Honorable Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Faculties of Mathematics and Natural Science, Honorable Vice Dean for General Affairs and Finance, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, the Honorable Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Honorable the Coordinator of Unit of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, the Honorable of the Study Program Coordinator within the Faculty of the Mathematics and Natural Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately our Rector is unable to be here with us because he has another commitment. On behalf of his, I'm very happy to be here to share, to convey his warm regard to all of you who gather in these important meetings. Distinguished guests, keynote speakers, respected researchers, lecturers, students, and all participants joining us today. Good morning and warm greeting to all of you. First of all, let us express our deepest gratitude to the Almighty God, Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, for His blessing and grace that allow us to gather here today for the 4th Science Technology International Conference 2025. It is truly a great honor for me to welcome all of you, our esteemed colleagues from various institutions and countries, to these meaningful academic forums. This conference reflects our shared commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and strengthening collaboration across borders and disciplines. We are living in an era of rapid change, an era where science and technology play a crucial role in addressing the most pressing global challenges. Issues such as climate change, food security, global health, and digital transformations demand not only scientific breakthrough, but also collective wisdom and collaborations. That is why this conference holds such importance. It serves as the platform for researchers, academics, and practitioners to exchange ideas, share findings, and explore innovation solutions that can contribute to sustainable development. To accommodate this aim, this conference was held in a hybrid manner in Denpasar Grand Santi Hotel and via Zoom video conference. I wish to highlight the power of collaborations. In today's interconnected world, no institution or country can work in isolation. Only through collaboration across disciplines, culture, and nation, we can develop comprehensive solutions to the challenges we face. Let this event be a reminder that progress is best achieved when knowledge is shared and innovation is collective. On behalf of Udayana University, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to organizing committee for their hard work and dedication in preparing these events. I also thank all the speakers and participants for contributing your valuable insight and time. May this conference not only be a moment of academic exchange, but also beginning of long-term partnership and collaboration among all of us. Finally, I wish all inspiring science and technology international conference. May our discussion today lead us toward a brighter and more sustainable future for the global community. Thank you very much for your attention. Om Santi Santi Santi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. To Bapak Professor, please remain on stage for the striking gong session, and therefore we also would like to invite to come on stage Ibu Prof. Dr. Andani Lumatiniase as the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Science, Udayana University, to come on stage, as well as Bapak Igusti Ngurah Lanang Wijaya Kusuma, SSE MCOM, as the Chairman of the 4th Science and Technology International Conference. Therefore, marking the official opening of the 4th Science and Technology International Conference, STIC 2025. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu. You may now please be seated, and after this, we will hold a photo session, and therefore we would like to invite everyone to please stand up, arise. Remain on your seat, and our photographer will take from the front. Therefore, I would like to invite Bapak Ibu silakan untuk berdiri di tempat masing-masing saja. Silakan para fotografer, videografer untuk mengabadikan gambar. Baik, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, on my count, 3, 2, 1. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Give your best smile. That's it. All done? Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu. Thank you very much. Once again, a round of applause for us. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the opening ceremony today. Once again, thank you to our invitees coming to the opening ceremony. And thank you for your presence. If you have any other following activities, with all due respect, you may continue the agenda. And ladies and gentlemen, everyone, that is the end of our opening ceremony. And now we are getting closer. Now this is the main agenda today. And if you wish to have a toilet break, we have like 2 until 3 minutes maximum. Please, this is your time to shine. Please take a break, just 2 minutes. And then please be right back now, since we will begin our main agenda for the first plenary session for this day.
Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then,
Once again,
Our
ladies and gentlemen,
decision
Bapak
will
Ibu
lead us
yang
to the
ingin
path we
ingin
need to
toilet
take,
break, kita
a journey to build
beri waktu
ideas
2
into
menit
reality.
saja dan
Whichever
agar segera
path,
kembali ke atas panggung
a health
karena
worker,
first
an
plenary session
engineer,
segera
a
dimulai. Terima kasih.
scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, it is with great delight that we start our first plenary session. And this session will be moderated by Ibu Fima, Ibu Fain Marina Selviani Inabui SSC MSc PhD, and a little educational background of her. Our moderator for the first plenary session today she is a bachelor degree in biology, Institute of Technology Bandung, a master degree in biotechnology, Institute of Technology Bandung, doctoral degree in molecular plant science, Washington State University, USA. And her current affiliation is a faculty of member of biology doctoral program, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University from 2020 until now. And as well, there is her expertise now. It is a plant natural products and specialized metabolism, as well as molecular biology and biochemistry. And for the research, namely functional characterization of diterpenoid synthesis in the biosynthesis pathway of specialized diterpenes in medicinal plants through metabolic and transatomic profiling. Therefore, without any further ado, please, Ibu, the time is yours. Can we have a round of applause for the first plenary session, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Our esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, colleges, students, all participants who joining us today here in the room and also through the Zoom meeting. I hope you all have a great morning and ready to dive in our first plenary session. My name is Fima, and it is a great honor to host the first session today. This session will cover health, data-driven decision, and ecosystems. We will explore three distinct but interconnected topics where scientific and technological advancement are making critical impacts. We really hope that this session bring you knowledge, enrich your perspective, and inspire your future research endeavors. We will have a distinguished panel of experts with us today, which will share their fascinating research on how science, data, and technology are shaping the future of health, digital decision-making, and also our planet's ecosystems. At the first place, we will discuss the application of data science and artificial intelligence to the clinical pharmacy practices. The second talk will cover experimentation and statistical decision-making in digital products. And the third talk will highlight the ecological foundations for sustainable fisheries management. Each talk will take about 25 minutes, and at the end of the three talks, we will have 25 minutes for discussion. So let's get started. I would like to introduce our first speaker today, Professor Sean Xiang-Yin Chen, who I believe has joined us today through the Zoom meeting. Okay. Professor Sean is currently a professor at Department of Clinical Pharmacy, Taipei Medical University, and also the Associate Dean of School of Pharmacy, Taipei Medical University. Her current research focus include implementation of machine learning in clinical pharmacy and in predicting pharmacotherapy outcomes. Professor Shan finished her bachelor degree in Taipei Medical University, Master of Science in University of Iowa, United States, and also the doctoral in pharmacy in University of Iowa. In the next 25 minutes, Professor Chen will talk about applying data science and artificial intelligence, specifically machine learning algorithms, to optimize pharmacotherapy outcomes, including both the safety and efficacy of medication, and how the build model helps to make decision therapy timing and appropriate therapy form. Good morning, Professor Sean. Can you hear me well?
Yes, very well. Yeah, could you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear your voice well. Anyone can hear the voice well, everyone? Yeah? Okay, great. It's a great honor to have you with us, and it's a great pleasure to have you as our first speaker today, Prof. Sean. And so let's give a round of applause for Professor Sean for her willingness to share with us her knowledge and her experience and wonderful research. Okay, Professor Sean, the time is yours, and you have 25 minutes to present your paper. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. It's my great honor to be the first speaker of the day, and I would like to share some of our past experience and also some of our current projects. And first of all, this is my conflicts of interests, and I have no financial conflicts of interest to disclose. Okay, and at the very beginning, I'd like to use a few seconds to introduce where I'm working at, Taipei Medical University, TMU. And I also like to invite you in the future, if you like to study abroad or you like to visit our university, please also contact me. And at TMU, we are a very small but elite university, and we currently has about 6,600 students, and our alumni is about 50,000. And we have 11 colleges and also 1 general education center, and we have 6 affiliated hospitals, and the total patient beds is 3,000. And at College of Pharmacy, we had a few programs. We have the very big one is the School of Pharmacy, including our professional program, Bachelor in Pharmacy, Doctor of Pharmacy program, Master and PhD, and also Graduate Institute of Pharmacognosy, Master program in Clinical Genomics and Proteomics, and also PhD program in Herbal Medicine, and PhD program with drug discovery working with industry. And we currently has about 46 tenure track professor and 80 in our clinical adjunct track. And we had about 12,000 alumni and 1,200 students in our college. And now I'd like to start the topic of the day. And we know that artificial intelligence is everywhere and also everywhere in our healthcare system. So if you take a look at the diagnosis, there are lots of part largely use AI to assist the diagnosis, including cancer diagnosis by image, or some optical coherence, or diagnostic algorithm, or reading the EEG. That's all use lots of deep learning algorithms. And I think maybe some of you had heard about this movie, or you watched that movie a long time ago. That's a Big Hero. It's actually describe the possibility, but now you can actually simply see a very similar Big Hero type method that you can use that in many different settings. And AI is also helping clinical clinicians doing treatment. That clinical AlphaGo has been established a long time ago and has been actually tested. But now, even though there are tools, it's kind of still assist clinician, but not totally replace clinician. And more robots has been applied daily in many countries and many hospitals. Like at TMU, we use lots of robots. It can be some moving robots, or some robots working in intensive care units, or some robots helping for surgery operation, like Da Vinci hands. So there are lots of robots can repress and actually enhance our efficacy, and actually saving a lot of manpower. And now I'd like to share with you about what we can use in pharmacy products. And the main spirits of pharmacy daily work is about the medication management cycle. It starts with formulary management, procurement and storage. And then when we start to prepare medication for individual patients, we need to reconcile their medication. And it means that we have to look at the patient's past medical use, and then we can actually prescribe them the best medications for their current condition. Then doctors start to prescribe and pharmacists doing a very important job, which is the verification of the medication, the prescription, and then dispense. But from the prescribing to verification, it takes lots of domain knowledge of a pharmacist. So we actually can have AI to help this process and enhance the communication and efficacy. Then we need to give the medication. If an inpatient setting, the medication will be delivered to nurse station and administered by nurse. And if that's outpatient setting, we'll give the patient or the patient's family. And then we require lots of educations or some preventive measures to avoid medication misuse. Then we have to monitor how the medication's efficacy and safety. So it makes the medication use cycle complete. So in Taiwan, starting from year 2000, we start to build up the computerized medication safety system. And TMU Wanfang Hospital is one of the two very first hospital to build up this system. And at the time, I was also the pharmacy director in our medical center. And we established many computerized checking systems to ensure the medication safety, including the drug allergy or cross allergy checking system, or automatic calculate the maximum daily dose or single dose, or pregnancy categorize, and then we can avoid those medications with teratogenicity to those pregnant women. Then we also had a renal dosage adjustment, especially for many patients. They admitted in the hospital or in the intensive care units. Their kidney function may change very fast, and many of the medications require dose adjustment at that situation. And also, some medications, even though they read not the same medication, but they may have the similar pharmacological mechanism and work very similar. So let's actually duplicate. And many medications actually described by different physicians, and they may not know how those pharmacology mechanisms work. So at pharmacist is the front line to avoid those duplicating drugs. So we also put that into our computerized medication safety system. And also a lot of medication with drug interaction and require double checking. So we also build up a system and then pair those medications by drug codes, and then to avoid those drug interaction, especially some drug interaction may be very, very severe. And also we do the indication and appropriateness matching for medication and disease. And this is one of our screen that's showing a drug-drug interaction. So if there is a drug interaction, especially very severe pairs, the system will have the announcement, alert system. So by doing this, I published a series of articles in SCI journals, including the pediatric dose checking system, renal dose checking system, or allergy checking, or some for education, and also link those database with our national data bank, and also outside of our institution to nursing home for medication reconciliation. And then our university has advanced our healthcare electronic database into a research database that called TMU CRD, Taipei Medical University Clinical Research Database. That include our 3 big hospitals, TMUH, Fanghe Hospital, and Wanfang Hospital, and include the outpatient, inpatient, and emergency records, and include those lab tests, and the medication orders and cost, and patients' demographics, and many notes, and including those image reports, and many also can extend it to the Taiwan Cancer Registry and the Death Registry. And then by our Oracle system, the data become de-identifications. So the IRB can actually very easy to approve such kind of a research database because all of patients' identity was actually distinct. Then by using this, there are more research we can do, and we also use our by 2 ways. One is our research database. One is our actually EHR system, and the EHR system also help us to link with our national database, so we can have a complete medication reconciliation. So this is actually done by our Taiwan National Insurance Administration. They have this system they call Taiwan Pharmaco system, established in 2013. And all of the hospital, clinics, and the pharmacies database has been linked together. And there are 2 methods that you can take a look at the data, including direct review, or the hospital can download that as a batch. So by having the opportunity to look at the patient's complete medication history, we are able to open the pharmacy clinics. So we can actually help the patient to confirm their medication use, no matter that is inside of a TMU healthcare system or outside. And also we provide education by some high advanced technology. And I had this social media-based diabetes education program by our line, just like a WhatsApp. And this is a clinical trial that we published during COVID-19. And this is another one that done my former student, Mita, who is also in your faculty right now as an associate professor. And this is her work to work with children with asthma. And this is another work done by Mita. And this is for chronic disease for kids. So she developed this very good framework to help the researcher in the future to design the new technology-based learning of media, like doing a serious game. And then we have lots of spend a lot of efforts in monitoring the patient's efficacy and the safety after their medication use. So in the past, we actually doing by rule-based. For example, drug interaction, and we put those payers into our backbone. So whenever the medication comes, our system can double check. So that's by rule-based. But now we want to put the AI into that, so we have to use those big database by our TMU CRD first to train our algorithm. So we put those pharmacoepidemiology risk factor and the genomic risk factor together, and then trying to build up our model. In the past, we used a statistical model, but now there are lots of machine learning or deep learning model to use. So this is one very good article that mentions about the steps to build up those CDSS, those clinical decision support system by AI algorithm. And you have to have your big database first and run the internal model building. Then have external validation. You may have other country or other healthcare systems database. Then you run the subgroup fairness evaluation and do clinical implementation. So I'd like to show you a few of the models we established in our hospital. And the first one is hepatotoxicity for the patient use anti-tuberculosis drugs. It is very common that patient use anti-tuberculosis drugs encounter the difficulty of hepatotoxicities. So we use one of our hospital's data, including genomic data, to train the model, then build up the model and then test it in our second hospitals. So this was a very early study, and that because we use genomic data, we use a small cohorts to build up the model. But later on, we also have the similar model chain for non-small cell lung cancer patients. And in this model, we also have the clinical model only and genomic model only, and also integrated model with clinical and genomic risk factors. So in this study, is also a small database, and we had those model built up before we had TMU CRD. Then this is a bigger cohort, but it's still not a real big database by TMU CRD. And this one is actually collected for osteoporosis patient. And some patients, they may actually use the first line that we may know very well, those bisphosphonates medications like Fosamax to help the patients with osteoporosis. But some of the patients may actually fail the treatment, and the physician clinician may not know about it until the patient gets fractured. And the purpose of the system is early detect the treatment failure. Then we can select those patients at high risk of fracture to treat by the second line medication in advance before they have a fracture. So this is one of our study for not only detecting adverse drug reaction, but detect the efficacy. And this one is a study that help the patient with amiodarone, that's for abnormal heart rhythm. And many patients require the use of amiodarone. But lots of patients will actually encounter thyroid dysfunction. And we test this one, and this is the first study that published by our team use TMU CRD. So the patient number was largely increased. We have 4,000 in training data set, and testing data set include 2,400 patients. So this one you can see by those traditional Kaplan-Meier analysis, the high-risk group and the low-risk group are largely differentiated. Then we actually challenge ourselves to perform more deep learning-based and time series data checking for individual patients. So this is a holistic study and colistin is a very last line antibiotics. And when patient require to use less antibiotics, it usually means many of antibiotics are actually resistant to the microorganism the patient has right now. So it's kind of a last resort for the patient to combat with the infection. And if the patient has nephrotoxicity, it will be a very terrible situation, and it seems like the patient almost has no drug to treat in the future. So we have to carefully to monitor and then to check if the patient has nephrotoxicity impending, and then we can reduce the dose or do some adjustment or provide some preventive treatment for nephrotoxicity. So in the study, we actually are able to individualize the patient and then see the different patients' factors, like these patient age. This patient actually has a high risk, and we can see each factors and of the patient to cause the patient's high probability, and we can adjust those factors. So there are many methods, not only what I showed or what we done in our lab. Nowadays, that's an era for digital health. And I think recently there are many good articles published in infectious disease area, and I like to introduce you this current infectious disease article, and you may read to understand more about how the AI digital health help the antibiotic use in inpatient setting with EHR, with CDSS, just like I mentioned, and connect to nursing home or long-term care facility, and with those outpatient setting. And besides that, they also has another part of data that doing for research only, and this part can actually analysis the antibiotics resistant pattern and do stewardship and then back to the inpatient and outpatient setting for precision prescribing. And the last month in Lancet Infectious Disease, they have a series of articles with 3 very excellent articles. They mentioned about in infectious disease, there are many data base that you can connect together, including those pathogen data or patient's health data or environmental like water or those water, some pollution data, and these can help the public health or doing research or help our clinical products. Then so these can actually back to drug discovery for actually target those new the pathogens mutation sites and find druggable targets, and then doing synthesis or de novo and design to special target those new targets. And actually has AI to help lead compound optimization, and then the whole new drug discovery can be enhanced and faster. And so the AI-based CDSS also being mentioned in that series work. And just like what I mentioned in data collection, AI model building, and there are more steps like clinical validation, and then some adoption and continue monitor to ensure the we call the software medical device like AI-based CDS and then connect with policy implementation. So these are the 3 articles that I mentioned. So in the future, we hope the drug use, the efficacy, toxicity can be predicted with our genomics, proteomics, multi-omics data, and with a real-world database for clinical implementation and to assist the clinical products. By that, I would like to conclude my presentation today, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Sean, for your wonderful talk. I'm amazed for how far Taiwan has gone for using AI and machine learning for helping in predicting or in preparing for medication. So for those of you who have questions about this interdisciplinary work, you can keep your question for now, and we will have discussion at the very end of our session. Thank you so much, Professor Sean. Let's give a round of applause for Professor Sean.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
We hope you stay in Zoom. Stay tuned for our discussion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
right.
I will. Yeah.
Thanks. So after discussing about AI application for health practices, now still under the same big topic, we will move on to your gadget. Actually, things that you hold most frequently, I think, these days, or phones, your phones. Realize it or not, when you use your phone, your social media, there is experimentation happens behind the screen. When you use your gadget and your phone, there are experiments on alternative designs, messages, and prices happening behind the screen. So the next talk will describe how the process through the lens of statistical decision making. It is my honor to invite Dr. Putu Ayu Getriani Sudianti to please join me on the stage. Round of applause for her. Dr. Ayu is a senior data scientist in Vince Bali and Clubtech Global, a specialized technology, data science, and software solution company. Correct? Dr. Ayu graduated from bachelor degree from Institut Teknologi 10 November. And for master degree, we are actually take some time together during our Fulbright program. She graduated from North Carolina State University in Masters of Financial Mathematics. And then she continue on in US in different university, Purdue University, in Doctor of Philosophy in Statistics. Now, Dr. Ayu Sudianti has a major role in leading the design and rollouts of robust A/B testing framework for digital products features, promotions, and booking funnel experiments, improving data-driven decision making. Dr. Ayu, thanks for your time and join us in this occasion. It's our pleasure to have you here with us. Now the time is yours. You have 25 minutes to share with us about what you have been doing, and you have after that we will have discussion at the end of the session. Time is yours.
Test. Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me here today. It is my pleasure to speak in front of you and share what I've been doing at my role as a data scientist at FINS Global and Club Tech Global. Let me start by asking some participation from everyone this morning, okay? So I want you to put your hands up if you have a smartphone with you right now. Put your hands up. Smartphone? Oh, this many? Okay. Okay, good. So now I want you to put your hands up if you've ever read the terms and conditions on your application in your smartphones.
Not really.
Nobody? I feel you. Oh, one person. Give a round of applause for this one person who's read the terms and conditions. Wow, good job. So, same like me. Most of us don't really read the terms and conditions. Who has the time to read 5 pages of legal documents, right? But this is the important things that I'm trying to have us be aware of, that we are subject to experimentations all the time, okay? This is what I'm going to talk about today, and yeah. So, not an advertisement, okay, but I need to give a little bit of context to FINS Bali and and Club Tech Global. When we talk about FINS Bali or FINS, the first thing that comes out in your mind, okay, mister, if I say FINS, what do you think about? Beach club, that's right. So every single person would think about, well, it's the beach club. But yes, we are known for our beach club, but we are not only work in beach clubs, okay? So FINS Bali is actually the management company that is the umbrella company for all of the other FINS company or subsidiaries of FINS, right? So we deal with resorts and restaurants and also other beach clubs. So, and Club Tech Global is the sister company of FINS Bali. It is a startup. It is a company that provides software as a service. And we handle booking systems for beach clubs, restaurants, and nightclubs, and all other hospitality industries around the world, okay? So it is a startup. So I don't have 2 jobs, I have 1 job, but my time is split 50% in FINS Bali and 50% at the startup Club Tech Global. So why am I telling you all this? Well, today's presentation is going to be related to my role in the startup company, okay? And how we collect data, how we use those data, and how we try to optimize our metrics using the data we've collected from our customers, okay, through experimentation. So we also recognize that modern hospitality is not just demand generation, so you just don't just want people to come over to your company, but it's also seamless bookings, okay? How easy are people going to book with your service? How easy it is to optimize what you would like to optimize as a business, right? And what is your future cash flow looks like, okay? So, I have big news for you. Your phone is actually a live laboratory, and you are a subject of an experiment all the time, constantly, okay? Every interaction that you do with your phone, smartphone right now, is tracked. Clicks, views, scrolls, all of this is tracked, okay? And this is stored as raw data. This is stored as raw data, which we use later to do some product analytics. To know how well our product is doing, we have to collect your data and analyze that data, okay? And then improve upon what we find through the data. And we also use that to evaluate models, okay? Any predictive models, any machine learning models, statistical models, we use that to evaluate our models. Also, our hypothesis, which leads to the experiment. Now, your phone is constantly running hidden experiments. On average, a single person, if you are active digitally, you are exposed to around 50 to 100 tests daily. So that's a lot of tests, 50 to 100, and you don't even notice that, right? And mostly are done and conducted by big companies like Google, Meta, right? YouTube. They're all conducting huge scale experiments on you as a subject every single day. And why are they doing this? Well, because product choices matters and it gives big impact to the business, okay? Like whether you choose yellow as your color outside of green as your website color, it is all impacting the business unit and what they care about. So it is important also to remember that experiment is not manipulation, okay? So we are not trying to manipulate people to buy more or something. No, we just want a good experience for our users such that we both can win, right? So customers win and we as the business can stay sustainable. And they can also be used for pro-social nudges, okay? So I know our theme for today is improving community welfare and sustainability through science and technology. And that's why today, through the ClubTech Global Lens, I will talk to you about one of our use cases in this area, which is the donation experiment that we are running currently. Okay, as I mentioned, many common phone features are actually experiments. This can be the different buttons, different messages on your phone. These are all can be a hypothesis for an experiment. What's usually being tested? Well, it can be ranking, okay? This is like the ranking of your feed. If you're on Instagram, if you're on TikTok, you're gonna understand that when you see things on your feed, that is being ranked, and you are being subject to an experiment of which rank is better. So which one has more clicks? Which one has more views? Which one makes you stay longer or makes you stay shorter, okay? Pricing and promotion. So usually this is like, oh, I'll give you 20% off. I'll give you 10% off. I'll give you 15. If the attach rate, so how many people are buying with the promo, if 15% people are buying at 20% rate, and then if I give 10%, people are also buying at 20% rate, then I should just optimize with the 10%. Why should I optimize with the 10%, right? Yeah, so these things are always being experimented on. Presentation, the presentation of your web page or your application. The color, the type of buttons, and the messages are being tested. So if you're also on Instagram and TikTok, you'll likely see one of these messages. Top post first, latest first, right? And then based on these experiments, they're gonna decide which one they're gonna keep, okay? Based on their metrics, their specific metric. And then, so for YouTube, you know, skip ad appears at 5 seconds or 6 seconds, based on specific metric, which one is better. Experiments can also encourage positive user behaviors. You will notice things like, oh, take a break after 30 minutes or something, right? Or things like, take a break after 20 minutes, or hey, would you like to donate to this place? That's a responsible kind of positive nudges that companies usually use or implement to get you to do something positive. Okay. All right. So, as a practitioner, right, I have to kind of provide you what the business case is for doing this experiment. Usually profit is traffic by conversion by average order value minus your cost, right? So traffic is how many people can you get through the door? How many people can come to your business? That's traffic, okay? Conversion here means out of those people that comes to your door, how many actually purchases your product, okay? So we want that to be high. Average order value. So once they purchase, I want them to buy lots of stuff. I want them to buy lots of things, okay? So that will contribute to my profit, right? And minus the cost. So I don't want to spend too much on this. I want to maximize my profit, okay? So based on this 4 parameters, we can tune each of them to maximize our profit, right? And lastly, we have the customer retention. That means if we can keep people to come back to our store, right, then over time, their contribution will just compound. So we want to keep people to come back, okay? But given knowing all of this, which product should I use, right? Like, do I guess, oh, I think green is better, or green button is way better. I think the message buy now is better. But that's just based on me. We don't guess. We actually conduct experiment, okay? So in the experiment, we focus on user engagement. So this is clicks, views, scrolls. We can focus on cost reduction. So we don't want to, like, if your product has a high failed rate, like people ask for lots of refund, then that's not a good product, right? Or we can enhance market reach. We want more people to come from different segments. Like, if you are focusing on specific segments, like, high school kids or something, you want more adults to come in there. Those are the kind of engagement that you would want in your business, right? So like an example is at the top there, 2 different products. Good things, the first one says good things come in 4s. The second one says red, green, black, silver, and thirsty. Okay? These are probably 2 different types of variant that they will test on, and to see which one actually drives more of the profit that we were talking about. Okay, here's the business flow. As I mentioned, we don't just guess, oh, this product, I think this product, right? I think that product. No, we don't. We take a kind of a loop approach and a scientific approach, right, to decide on the product that we would like to feature. So first we come up with an idea, the hypothesis. If we do X, metrics Y will improve because of Z. Whatever it is, that's going to be your hypothesis. Then we prioritize. Well, what is the impact of this test going to be, right? Is the impact going to be X? Is it worth running? What is the minimum effect that we care about? And then you kind of specify the event taxonomy. What data are we collecting in order for us to set up this experiment correctly, okay? And then you run the experiment through correct randomization. And then if you find a win, then you can kind of ship. But if not, you can iterate through the experiment fail, say, you go back to the idea phase, okay? And then you come up with new ideas of how you can improve your KPIs or your metric in this experiment world. If you do ship, you still monitor, okay? Is it really true that this feature actually wins? You monitor at day 7, day 14, day 30. You don't let go because you kind of want to see what the impact is when you ship. And from there, you can come up with new idea. And so this is like a loop of product features that people actually implement in the industry. Okay? I'm sure we've heard this a lot before. Your inference, your statistical model, is only as valid as your data. Okay, so if you're not measuring correctly, and if you're misrepresenting some data, then your inference is not going to be valid. So we want accurate statistical analysis and confidence in the result will only come if your data is estimating your events correctly. So we want to track the right outcome at the right unit with the right timestamp. So here, on the second line, I have observed lifts. Lifts is the difference between what's happening right now and when you do a test. Okay, so let's say the conversion rate is 20% right now. If you do a test, it's 25%, then your lifts is 5%. But your lift is actually a result of true lift, okay, and plus selection bias and measurement error. So it's not the actual lift that you're seeing, okay? And we want the selection bias to be as small as possible. We also want the measurement error to be as small as possible. Because noisy events lead to biased results and bad decisions. Okay, so this is an important part of the entire experiment life cycle. Okay, event taxonomy. Event taxonomy is actually a contract that contains the data of every interaction that you do. Clicks, okay, this person clicks. What do I want to have in that clicks? Okay, can somebody, okay. So if someone clicks, what would you like to know about this person that clicks? Give me one thing that you would like to know. Gender, okay, yeah, gender. And what else? Position, that's good, yeah, geolocation. That's good. So we are collecting all of this data from people who are clicking and coming into our website or application. And why is this important? Because one, we want consistency in the numbers, right? Event taxonomy is important because if we have 3 different servers, we have 3 different databases, we want the same event to appear the same in all of the 3 databases. And that's why we need an event taxonomy. It's basically a contract of what every action has. We want this to have, we want the event taxonomy will lead to causality. Unbiased A/B testing, good results. And then, of course, just for governance, right? Safe changes, quality assurances, and onboarding will be easier if you have an event contract. What does every event include? Includes name, includes the trigger, includes the unit, the timestamp, the owner, the version, all of these things that you can just define. So this step is very important, okay? Because we have to kind of define what we need from that interaction so that we're able to do the analysis that we want to be able to measure the unit that we're interested in and then have good responses or good results and confident in our result, right? This is an example of a contract. You have event, it's called a nation added. The join keys is by booking ID, and then you have, what kind of buttons and things like that. Here's another example of an event. This is real data, and I have to kind of blur out some of the information there for privacy reason. But as you can see, I don't know if you can see, but because it's kind of small, but you can see here, we have everything, okay? This event is, I think, for clicks, just one click. We have timestamp, when it was clicked. We have the IP address. We have your longitude and latitude data. We have what country you're from and what time you did it. We even have your screen height. Look, screen height is 816. Screen width is 416, okay? So we collect all this information, and you can imagine how much information we collect every day. Every click, every scroll, every page views, everything is one row event. So we have multiple rows for every session, right? Luckily, we don't have to do this all by ourselves. There are analytics stacks out there that will do this for you automatically by capture. We have the marketing analytics. They mainly focus on where is these people coming from, okay? Are they from Google typing in Finn's Beach Club? Or are they from like an ad in Instagram? That's important for marketing, right? Because that's where our money is coming from. And then there's product analytics. This is when how many people are through the funnel, okay? How many people comes in, what are they doing inside our platform, and things like that. So that's more of the product analytics side of things. Where do users drop? What product drives the most click? Those are the typical questions that you want to answer from product analytics. Okay, these are the two analytical platforms that we use at ClubTech Global. The first, and just to say something, that these two are free. They're free for you to use, okay? Almost every website would have Google Analytics installed because they want to know their traffic, you know, like how many people comes and things like that. So they want to know their marketing analytics through Google Analytics, and it's free. And PostHog is what we use as product analytics. So I don't know if you can see here, we have a good map of where people are coming from, right? We have people from all over the world coming to check out the website, at least based on their IP address. We can see where they're coming from direct, from Facebook, from Google. We can see from Instagram, and also how many people actually comes and look at the page for more than 10 seconds. Okay, that's just the parameter that we chose. If they're on the page for more than 10 seconds, we collect their data. Of course, with big power comes great responsibility, or something like that. We take privacy, ethics, and compliance very seriously. Okay? Our main principle is user dignity over metrics. Okay? We only collect the necessary data. We don't collect anything else, but if they're necessary for us to perform our analytics, then we collect that. And transparency, right? We tell you when we collect these data. And for data handling, we hash them, okay? We hash them, that means there's no way for us to connect back, oh, this user actually did this based on this email. No, we hash their email address, and we add salt into their email address, and then we hash them, okay? We're not able to rehash back and know what this person is and what their email address is. We take hygiene very seriously, as well as security, okay? We encrypt everything, we encrypt all our databases, and then retention. And here's an example. I know probably most of you have seen something like this, right? Accept all. Who here always accepts all? Accepts all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for contributing to data. But when you accept all, they will collect all of your data, okay? But if you choose to manage your preference, your data would be hashed. It cannot go back to you. It won't be retained for multiple sessions. So for that session only, I will know what you're doing. I will know who you are. But the next time you come, I won't be able to know, okay? The next time you come, I'm not gonna know, oh, this person last time actually did this. This person last time was doing this. Why don't I give them this? You know, I can't do that. But if you do accept all, okay? If you do accept all, I can. You've given me permission to look back on all your history that you're on that website and use that to give you personalized information, marketing information, okay? So it depends. If you're comfortable with doing that, then that's okay. But if you're not, there's always the option of opting out. And this is actually regulated by the European government. For anyone who has a European customer, we will have to set this up. And we also have a no-go metrics, meaning, well, when we have too many complaints, too many refund spikes, then we just no-go on that. All right, here's to the heart of the talk. What is A/B testing? Who here have heard of A/B testing before? Show of hand. One person? Okay. So, but who here have heard of hypothesis testing before? Show of hand. No? Hypothesis testing? No professors in statistics? Oh, yes, yeah, okay, great. So A/B testing is basically hypothesis testing, okay? It's just a fancier term when you're in the digital product. What we do, the purpose is to estimate the impact of a change on a defined metrics, okay? In this case, let's say the hypothesis is we're trying to measure proportion. Again, the proportion is a conversion rate, okay? Remember what I said about conversion rate? It's, you know, how many people actually purchase from your product. So the traditional A/B testing, if you have two variant, see the left picture here has, the difference is only a slight. Buy now in black, buy now in white. You have a couple, okay, I'm biased here because I have this in women, but technically you don't. You have like men and women, okay? You separate out, you randomize the population into what they see, and then you measure the conversion rate between the two. Okay, so this is 32%, this is 28%. Is that clear? Is that like a statistically significant difference? Well, we don't know. They're big enough, but are they statistically significant? We don't know. And that's why we conduct the hypothesis test. Okay, you compute the p-values, okay, probability of a type 1 error, and then you compute the confidence interval. And then based on that decision, you kind of do ship, iterate, or stop. Okay?
Dr. Ai, sorry for interrupting. 5 minutes.
Okay, it turns out I have 5 more minutes. That's very quick. Okay, so we need to decide how many people, we need to decide how many people are in the specific variant. And then finally, some math, right? I haven't shown you any math. This is the only math I'm going to show, but this is math. And we compute the samples per arm, and then we can decide how many days we're going to run this experiment. Okay? Randomization is important because a lot of people have different confounding factors. When we randomize, we kind of get rid of most of those confounding factors. We can randomize upstream, we can randomize on the page. That is different each time. Okay, I have to tell you this one case study, if anything. So FINS has been working on generating funds for Bali's first search and rescue helicopter. Okay, and this happens in Q4. And so I'm showing you what the different variant that we have on our website. Here, oops, sorry. Here, it's just a different message. This one says 55K, what does it say? Yeah, donate 55K to save a life. That's all it says. Variant B, it says, for the price of 1 beer, donate to save a life. Okay, that's the only difference. It's just the messaging. But guess what the result is? As you can see, the result significantly, well, not yet, but you know, way more people donate when the message is, with just the price of 1 beer, save a life. Way more people donate in those situations. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, that's just the human psychology right there. And then we have multiple testing. If we want to test for all the different, you know, average donation value, attach rate, and things like that, we have to control for multiple tests. I'm not going to go through in detail, but you have to kind of adjust for your p-values and your false discovery rate. Here's what our funnel looks like. A booking funnel is the path or a journey of a customer coming into your website, and then they see the map page, they see the first page, and then they drop off, they see the second page, and things like that. when we test at different pages, we can design all sorts of different experiments, okay? We can design something called the factorial design. I'm sure you've heard of that. Or we can design an experiment that will partition traffic instead. So there are a lot of different designs if you conduct an experiment on the different stages of the customer's journey. Okay? And that's very interesting because the stats will be different every time. Okay, so this is when you should ship, when you should iterate, or when you should stop. It's kind of like the rule of thumb, but you should ship when the difference is statistically significant. But there is something called statistical difference, and then there's something called practical difference. Something can be statistically different, but they're not practical. Like the change is less than 1 percentage point, then you don't want to, the cost of shipping this out is so much that the change is only 1 percentage point. So you don't really want to roll that out because it's not aligned to your business needs, okay? So there's different, statistical different and practical difference. Now, if you take one thing out of this presentation today, is that as an experimenter, and if you're ever going to experiment, you want to measure honestly, you want to randomize fairly, you also want to decide transparently. The last thing, you also want to use it for good. Okay, thank you for your attention. That's it for me.
Round of applause for Dr. Ayu. Thank you very much for your presentation. Outstanding sharing about how business also needs some pattern to learn using data that you take from customers. Okay, so next we will leave your gadget for a little while, because we're gonna go to the ocean with our next speaker. Our next speaker will describe to us about how certain type of fish actually has some very interesting behavior that I don't know if some of you know about. I just amazed when I read your abstract yesterday. It's just new knowledge for me that some type of fish like tuna, tropical tuna, they are aggregate to floating objects. Very interesting. So our next speaker will share about how certain fish like tropical tuna aggregates around a floating object, and she will demonstrate how this fundamental knowledge is essential to evaluate ecological impacts of fish aggregating devices and provide scientific advice for sustainable fisheries management. It is my honor to invite Dr. Manuela Capello to please join us on stage. Okay, I will do a brief introduction for Dr. Capello. Dr. Capello is a research scientist at the Marine Biodiversity Exploitation and Conservation Marbeck Joint Research Unit of the Institut de Recherche pour le Développement, University Montpellier, and other institutions at test. Okay. Is it correct, Sete? This is my first time talk, friends. Dr. Capello has educational background, a PhD in theoretical physics. Wow, interesting. So you have background of physics from Trieste, Italy. Yeah. And right now, her main research interests are marine ecology and fisheries in tropical tuna, FAD, and pelagic biodiversity. She also specialized in behavioral ecology, learning about fish behavior, associative behavior, and electronic tagging. And also, she do a lot of research on modeling, on many body systems, individual-based modeling, and stochastic simulation. So now, in the next 25 minutes, Dr. Capello will share with you her research, very interesting research about animal behavior. Go ahead, time is yours, Dr. Capello.
Hello. Thank you very much. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be a keynote speaker. It is a real honor for me to be here. And so I'm very happy to share my knowledge on fish-associated behavior at floating objects. And also, I hope that this presentation can foster collaboration between IRD and University of Udayana. So before we were in the beach clubs, and now let's move to the ocean. So let's keep the swimsuit. And let's go far away from the coast, actually, because I'm going to talk about species that inhabit the open ocean, the so-called pelagic fish species, which are species that occupy the water column far away from the coast and also far away from the sea bottom. Doesn't work. Okay, let's wait for the pointer to work. During my talk, I will first talk about tropical tuna fisheries, and then I will present you what we call fish aggregating devices, or FADs, and then I will move to the way we study this fish-associated behavior to evaluate impacts of FADs. Thank you. Yet? Ah, yes. So third point, I will show you how we use models and data to assess the impacts of increasing numbers of FADs. And I will finish as monitoring, so the way we use also these floating objects to monitor fish in the open ocean. Okay, so a few words about the main species that is caught near floating objects, which is tropical tuna. So we have tropical tuna is one of the major commercial fish species. The three tropical tuna species, which correspond to around 5 million tons, and 60% of all tuna catches are caught worldwide, and also Indonesia is one of the main tuna fishing countries. We have three species: yellowfin tuna, skipjack tuna, and big-eye tuna. And you can see on the left the catches globally, which have been increasing since the 50s. Nowadays, two of these three tropical tuna species amount to large catches, and they correspond to the third and fifth species in terms of global catches worldwide. Then what these catches lead to is also overfishing. So for example, in the Indian Ocean, we have that two among these three species have been or are currently overfished. And therefore, we need advices to better manage these fisheries. And as during my presentation, we talk about fish aggregating devices. Why are they relevant? Because 38% of the global tuna catches are caught nearby fish aggregating devices. And we call them FADs, or fish aggregating devices. What are FADs? Are floating objects. They can be buoys, they can be rafts that are deployed by the fishers to attract tuna and to increase their catches. And we have two main categories of FADs. We have drifting FADs, so they are not anchored to the seafloor, and we have anchored FADs that are anchored at the sea bottom. Even several weeks or even months, depending on the species, nearby the same floating objects. They're really localized in their proximity, and this increases their accessibility. So the fishers have higher chances of finding fish near the floating objects, and therefore catching them. And why do tuna and other species have this associated behavior? We don't know yet. There are several hypotheses, and among them, two main hypotheses are used to explain this behavior for tuna. One of them is the so-called indicator log, and the second one is the so-called meeting point hypothesis. So let me explain you what these two hypotheses mean. So the indicator log hypothesis posits that natural floating objects are located in rich areas, and therefore the tunas use these floating objects to identify a rich zone, so they are indicators of a rich zone. Why? Because logs, pieces of woods, trees, you can see when there is, for example, floods here in Bali, heavy rains, they originate from rivers, and then they can bring nutrients in the open ocean. They can also concentrate in frontal zones, and therefore the tunas associate the presence of a floating object with the presence of prey. And of course, this behavior is the same whether the floating object is naturally there or it has been brought by the fishers. The second hypothesis is the meeting point hypothesis. So this hypothesis posits that floating objects are used by the tuna to meet their congeners. It's like a beach club or a bar for the tuna, so they join nearby the floating objects, they spend some time over there, they form a larger group, and then they can leave, leading to a larger school. And why forming a larger school is useful? Because there are many eyes, so it is an advantage both for finding food, but also for protecting from predators. Other hypotheses are considered, but not for tuna, for other fish species like floating objects can be used as shelters from predators for the so-called species that are nearby the floating objects that we call intranatants. And also they are a source of food for some of the species there that can find prey directly nearby the floating objects. So, how do we study the behavior of the fish, and in particular the behavior of tuna nearby the floating objects? We use the so-called electronic tagging. We use acoustic tags, which are devices that can emit an acoustic signal and at regular intervals, and then we put an hydrophone, which is an equivalent of a listening station that allows to detect the signals that are emitted by the tags. The tag's signal is emitted and received within a given detection radius, and we provide, therefore, estimates of this detection radius around 600 to 800 meters from the FATs. At the FATs, we put the hydrophone to detect the fish. So with this data, we can identify the presence or the absence of fish that has been tagged. And from this information, we can estimate residence time. So it is the amount of time that fish is spending associated with the same floating object, or absence time, which is the time spent between two different associations. And from the comparison of residence times from tagged fish that has been recorded for different species that have been tagged in the same FAD arrays, this experiment has been conducted in Mauritius Island. We have found that the residence times depend on the species. Even for tuna, we have that different species show different amount of time. Skipjack spends only 2.5 days in average, while big-eyed tuna yellowfin tuna spend up to 10 days associated with FADs continuously. And also for the absence times, we found, comparing the data collected on the same species on different FAD arrays, that the amount of time that tuna is spending not associated is affected by the distance between the floating objects. So we had here 3 different FAD arrays with distances between floating objects ranging between 5-10 kilometers up to 30-50 kilometers for the FAD array in the Maldives. And what we found is that higher FAD densities lead to shorter absence times. And therefore, there is a higher retention of tuna in dense FAD arrays. So this was for describing the fish behavior. And then we moved this knowledge we applied this knowledge for some information that is useful for fisheries management. And to this purpose, we needed a predictive model that would allow us to evaluate the impact of increasing densities of floating objects, whatever the FAD array, whatever the distance. So we produce a correlated random walk model, a model which has both a random walk path, but also oriented movement when the tuna arrives at a given distance to the FAD. We have fitted this model to acoustic tagging data that were previously collected in different FAD arrays. And then what we did, so this is simply a cartoon showing the type of movement that tuna is doing into this model. So this model was fitted. And what we, in the end, did was to apply this model to the Western Indian Ocean. So in the Western Indian Ocean, there are thousands of FADs, thousands of drifting FADs that are deployed by industrial purseaners. And the impact of these thousands of FADs on the catchability of tuna have not been assessed before this study. So what we did was first to assess the differences between a natural habitat, so the Western Indian Ocean where there were only natural floating objects, and then an altered habitat where both natural floating objects and FADs were present. And then we applied the model and we could assess that the proportion of time spent by tuna associated with the floating objects was more than 3 times higher than what tuna would have experienced in a natural habitat. So this can give us an idea of the impact of these floating object numbers on the catchability of tuna. Now, what we still need to assess is what is the impact on the physiology. And for tomorrow presentations, we have a presentation of PhD student Igna that is going to talk about what we do to study the impact of floating objects on the physiology of tuna. Then, what we also do during our fieldwork activities, besides assessing the impacts of FADs, is also to use the FADs as monitoring stations. Why? Because, as I said before, FADs can increase the accessibility of fish for the fishers, but the idea is that they can also increase the accessibility of fish to the scientists. And so what we do is that we deploy complementary tools to monitor the fish biodiversity in proximity of floating objects. And in a recent project that we started in collaboration with BRIN, we deploy complementary monitoring tools that range from video, so we deploy cameras nearby the FADs, and this allows to monitor the species that are in proximity of the floating object and also that are present during the daytime, because we cannot, of course, take footages during the night. We also deploy bioacoustic tools. We put hydrophones underneath the FAD that can allow us to detect the soniferous species, the species that produce sounds. We use echo sounders to estimate the presence and absence of tuna, and eDNA to detect different species that, whose DNA is found in the water column. And in the end, we also collaborate with social scientists and with the fishers' knowledge. We also aim to characterize the biodiversity of fish found by the fishers nearby the floating object. So let me just spend a few words about the most recent results of 2 of these technologies that we use. So for the video, what we do, we already heard before a talk about the application of artificial intelligence in medicine. So here, what we do is that we apply artificial intelligence for fish detection, and in particular for analyzing the images, we use convolutional neural network, which is called YOLO. And so this is the PhD of Eti Artati, one PhD student that is currently enrolled in the University of Montpellier. So Eti has been annotating a data set, so assigning different images to different species. So far we have 20 species that can be currently recognized by this model, and the overall precision that we attain is pretty good. So this means that now we can use these artificial intelligence tools to identify species with video data. And for the bioacoustics, so Regi is going to present also tomorrow his results. And so what we did so far, because the sound of fish for the moment are not very well assessed, there's very little knowledge about what type of sounds this species can produce, and even we don't know whether this fish species can produce sound. So Regi has been building a sound library. So he's been putting fish in tanks, including the yellowfin tuna that we had the chance to monitor in captivity. And he could characterize the sounds produced by the different species. So now we have the acoustic signature of yellowfin tuna, which is represented here through spectrogram analysis. So that allows to identify the duration of the sound produced by the yellowfin tuna and also the frequency characteristic of the sounds that is produced, but also the sounds produced by 11 other species that are caught at the FACS. And then the idea is to combine this sound library with the sounds that will be recorded at the FACS and identify the species with bioacoustics. So, to conclude and to, let's say, to bring some take-home message from this presentation. So the FATs, the floating objects, of course, are important fishing tools that are widely used in the tuna fisheries. And the reason why the fish is associating with these floating objects is not known yet, but we have some hypotheses. Electronic tagging, and in particular acoustic tagging, allows to characterize the time spent by tuna associated and not associated with floating objects. And thanks to this knowledge and combined data and modeling, we can now assess how increasing number of fats has an impact on the catchability of tuna. There's still research to be done to assess the impacts on the physiology of tuna. Other impacts, so as I said, are being assessed. And finally, we are currently also using FADs as monitoring tools to observe the pelagic biodiversity using a variety of approaches, video, bioacoustics, and other approaches such as eDNA, combining the data analysis with artificial intelligence. So I hope there is room for discussion, also for discussion about potential collaborations with the University of Udayana on these different approaches, including the data analysis part that exploits artificial intelligence. And so I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to thank all my colleagues from BRIN that participate to this study, and in particular the PhD students that have done a great job during these years. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Capello, for your wonderful, inspiring presentation about pelagic fish behavior. So we hope that these three wonderful topics invoke your curiosity, because all the topics cover multidisciplinary approach in researching events and many different things in our surroundings. Because we have all students, colleges here from science and informatics as well. I hope that you will actively participate in this discussion, because it's a precious opportunity to meet with expert in animal behavior. This is market behavior, human behavior, and then also Dr. Shan about using AI and machine learning to predict or to help in clinical decision. Dr. Shan, are you still with us on Zoom meetings? Professor Shan, are you still here with us? Yeah, I think she's still there. So yeah, 25 minutes we have. Please use the time accordingly. Anyone, please just raise up your hand. Any questions? Okay, Pak Teddy, go ahead. Can anyone please hand a microphone to him, please? Another one? Other questions? Okay. Please mention your name and your affiliation and your question. One more. We will have 3 questions in the first. Yeah, Pak Lanang. Okay. Pak Teddy, this is your turn. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the chance given to me. My name is Teddy from Physics Department of Universitas Udayana. My question goes to Dr. Manuela Capello. My question is about your research is really interesting. It's about the application of physics. I also a physics lecturer, and in your research, you applied physics actually sound waves, right? And my point is, what is the significance for knowing the characteristic of sound for tunas in daily application, actually, but in marine fishery industry? Thank you.
Or maybe we just we wait until the 3 questions. And then, yeah. Second turn, yes.
Thank you. My name is Jason Pomondogoro. I'm a graduate from Universitas Gadjah Mada. And I have a question. Is it okay to ask each of the presenter?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe it's 1 question for each.
Yes, each
Thank
question.
you.
1 question for each presenters. So for Professor Hisyang, I'm also like, it's very interesting research and there's so many impact, especially implementing AI in medical fields. But my curiosity takes that what kind of AI model you use for the medical applications? Is it like self-made or you have like collaboration with other companies? And for Dr. Putu Ayu, my question is, since like you said that it's a rule of thumb on data management and etiquettes, shouldn't there be any like ISO or IEC for like those kind of stuff? Because like we are like data, as you said, there's so many raw data, and sometimes we as a user or even consumers are fear that if it's like misused. If I can be a commentary on that, it's better to have like standardization on the etiquette instead of being a rule of thumb. And for Manuela Capello, it's a very interesting research on using FATs for marine, especially for the pelagic fishes. But my question is there any other uses? If I read it correctly, it said about it's going to like redirect the fishes into this source of sound wave, correct? And is it possible to help the fishes from oncoming danger? Let's say like instead of like tuna, with say an endangered species that also are pelagic, it can be used to redirect them from certain dangers or like in the parts that the marines cannot monitor. That's all for my question. Sorry if it's like it's a bit confusing for all of the questions. Thank you.
Could you please repeat your name? Sorry.
Oh, my name is Jason Poponogoro.
Jason. Okay. Thank you so much, Pak Jason, for your question. Last question from Pak Lanang over here, please.
My question is for Dr. Putu Ayu. How is the data collection and data processing that you do, A/B testing and everything, impacting the strategy in fins? How is the use case? Thank you.
Thank you. So, 2 questions for Dr. Capello, 2 questions for Ayu, and then 1 for Professor Chan. Go ahead. First, I'm going to give chance for Professor Capello to respond.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. So I'm answering the first question from Pak Dedi about what are the characterization of this sounds of tuna useful? Why are they useful? Are they useful and what are the potential applications? So, of course, this is a big advance in knowledge, let's say first, because many people believe that the ocean is silent, but it's not the case. Actually, it's pretty noisy. And we have also these false ideas that fish is mute, which is not true. So we are really advancing our knowledge and our previous ideas about this environment. And this is pretty, I mean, even if nobody really think about this, and there was this, let's say, false idea about the silenceness of the ocean, this is quite intuitive because the sound propagates much faster in the water than in the air. So in the end, it is a good communication tool, and fish, we know, as any other animal, need communication for their life, for the social life, for also for territorial reasons. So communication is important, and sound is an important tool of communication for fish. And then, what can this knowledge be useful for? So let's see, for example, for the moment, it's still quite difficult to assess the density of tunas nearby the floating objects. Even assessing any other fish species presence is quite difficult. There are fish species that can be visible, for example, with the video that we deploy because they stay in shallow water, but other species, they are deeper, so we cannot use cameras, for example, to detect them. They are not caught by fishers. Of course, this is not the case for tuna, but for other fish species. So it is a new way to monitor these species and therefore to build biodiversity indicators. And for the tuna in particular, we can use also the echo sounders, but we are quite limited in species differentiation, and so that could be another way to quantify the presence of tuna in the open ocean.
So it helps in monitoring the biodiversity,
Yes.
whether it's still maintained good or interestingly, do you think the sound can also be used as like, a bioindicator about the status of an ocean? Have you ever heard about it maybe, or is it possible?
Yeah. So this is what we call passive acoustic monitoring. It is now developing in coral reef environments, and it has been demonstrated that healthy coral reefs have a lot of sounds, a lot of diversity of sounds. We have not done the same in the open ocean, but the idea is to move forward in this direction.
I see. Very interesting. I think less coverage in this area.
Yes.
Yeah. But thank you, Dr. Kapel. Second question, is it already addressed?
So for the second question, can I just repeat the question to be sure that I correctly understood this? The use of fats. I've explained about the monitoring, but how can we also consider the other impacts of fats for the fishers, from what I understood, like targeting unwanted species? Yeah, so there are some species that are caught at the fats that are endangered, like sharks. And we've been doing quite a lot of research to mitigate the impact of the use of fats on sharks. So, for example, we have been also tagging with the same kind of tags the sharks. And we have been studying whether the sharks have different dial rhythm compared to the tuna, to therefore advise the fishers to fish during given time of the day where there were less sharks and same amount of tuna. But the results that we got is that the sharks and the tuna have similar diel patterns. They stay at the FAD in the daytime and leave mostly during the nighttime. So there is no preferential fishing time that would avoid catching sharks. We've been also demonstrating that the use of nets at the FADs, because previously many fishers used to use nets. They believe that adding nets under the structure of the FADs would attract more the fish, and this was quite widespread, especially in the drifting FADs. So we've been demonstrating that these nets were causing a high entanglement of sharks. So sharks used to approach the nets and then got entangled. And after our results, when we outlined this big impact of the use of the nets on the sharks, there was a resolution that was adopted in the different tuna fisheries management organization, which forbid the use of nets at the FADs. So that has avoided also this unintentional impact of FADs on the endangered species like sharks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, second chance for Dr. Ayu. Go ahead. You have 2 questions to address.
Yeah, so the first question is on the internet ISO and not just the rule of thumb. Yeah. So when I mentioned the rule of thumb before, that was for rule of thumb for shipping, iterating, or stopping the experiments. Okay, that's just what we adhere to when we conduct the experiment. Yes, there are ISO in place for data collection and uses, and the strongest actually is GDPR. So GDPR is the European law. It protects European citizens wherever they go. And that's why, even though we are in Indonesia, we have Europeans coming to Bali. So that's why we have GDPR in place. And GDPR is basically the cookies, the form at the beginning you see, the cookies say accept all or reject. That's basically in compliance for GDPR. And it basically will allow you to or tell the users that we are collecting this data. Are you allowing us to do that? Are you going to opt in or are you going to opt out? When they're opt out, we cannot identify them. But when they opt in, we can identify them. So that's the European law. In Indonesia, we actually do have that law. It's not as strong as GDPR. It's called PDP law, Personal Data Protection Law. It doesn't go outside of Indonesia, but it is, I think, was in place in 2022, and it basically will allow us to do certain things, but not other things. But most importantly, it is in place. And US also have it, so it's just country to country right now, not internationally.
There are like fears that, oh, what if my data is being used for ABCD? Like, not everyone knows that there are ethics and law about like the data collections.
Yeah.
Like, I just trying to like make sure that nobody misunderstood that data is just a wild west. No, there are laws on it.
Well, sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm also like asking this just to make sure that to give like exposure or knowledge that although like we're collecting data, there are still etiquettes on that. There are laws that prevent like from doing bad stuff from happening.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding about my question.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. So the second question is, how is the data collected and the impact at FINS, right? So FINS Bali, the management company, is actually very data driven, and it is, in my opinion, ahead of their industry in collecting data, using strategizing around data coverage. and we have cloud computing and cloud data storage and databases to store all of our customer data, and we're in place to find a vendor to do customer data as well. And so they're, in my opinion, is ahead of their industry in being data driven and allowing data to speak and directing where our next strategy is. That's the good part about Fins as a company. Yeah.
I think that's the question already. Okay, thank you for your explanation, Dr. Ayu. We will go to Professor Chan. You have a question. You have one question. What AI model that you use for mathematical application in making a drug prediction and clinical decision? Go ahead.
Such as SG boots or light gradient boosting, machine learning boots, light GBM boots, and many different boosting algorithm, boots, and these are slightly different, and also some very different thing like a support vector machine. So then also neural network. So it's actually depending on the which model you want to development and what kind of database you are actually dealing with. And so for example, if there is time series data, and you may try more complicated like a neural network or SG boots or like GBN, and some they may have a very complicated interaction. Then you can use not so complicated models. So in our studies, most of time we try probably 3 to 4 different algorithms, and with different not only the algorithm, you also need to think about what kind of resampling method you use, and also what kind of method that you treat with missing data. So most of the time, at the very beginning, we may have totally about 20 or even more models to deal with the database. And then we will actually reduce and select a few with better performance. And then we try to reduce dimension and then finally find the algorithm that more suitable, because computation actually very costly. It costs a lot of energy, and we now all talking about green energy. And if that's a slightly difference, a little bit better performance, you probably don't need to spend so many build up such kind of a complicated model. And then when we also need to think about when we want to put it into our CDSS, it actually incorporating into your healthcare system, and it may actually reduce the speed of your clinical decision making. So we have to adjust based on many situations and then to determine the best model. So it depends on which question you are working at, and each even though for drugs, different drugs has a different metabolism, excretion, drug inaction, and some medication, their pharmacokinetics and dynamics behaviors are very simple. They are first order decline, but some has more complicated mathematical models in their pharmacokinetics and dynamics, and then you will need to have a more difficult model to deal with. So highly depends on the medication, the disease, and also the question that you are dealing with. And at very beginning, people may actually use a more difficult program like MATLAB, those kind. But now my lab purely use Python, yeah, and R. And I think most of the time Python and R are very easy for students to use, and now yeah, very good, much better than 5 years ago. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Sean, for your detailed elaboration. So now we will go to the second session of discussion. Actually, there is one question from actually a pharmacy, our pharmacy lecturer here, Dr. Rini, that sent a question through me, and her question was, how can we deal with the ethics issues of using artificial intelligence for healthcare, and also like how far this has been applied in Taiwan, in your hospitals in Taiwan, your findings. Thank you.
Yes, there are many regulations currently are actually changing very quickly, and that we call it as software device. Yeah, so it's kind of a medical device helping you to determine the patient's diagnosis or treatment. So it's kind of a medical device. So U.S. FDA or Taiwan FDA had some regulations, and it depends on the question you and your device, your program is, and how difficult or what's the risk level, and so they have a different risk level, and by different software, different level, you will have a different way to deal with. And basically, if you want to use that clinically, it should be undergo very sophisticated review, just like a medical device. So now there are many rules. And what we are doing right now is actually still in research. So we do that in clinical, but at the same time, we kind of assist the physician. So it's not yet to do for my lab. It's not yet to become a licensed medical device. But some of company or some of our universities, the rival company, they do have that kind of product. For example, helping dermatologists to take a look at the skin condition and do the diagnosis. There are several different software, and they are actually licensed. So yeah, but basically there are many rules, and depends on the level of risk, and you have to submit enough data, including clinical validation with randomized clinical trial. Yeah, so there are rules to follow. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Professor Sean. We still have around like 3 or 4 minutes. I still want to give another opportunity for you here in this room to give questions. Go ahead. Yeah, Professor Wati, go ahead. Other one? Maybe from informatics or ecology? Yeah, Dr. Denny. Yeah, 2 questions is I think enough for our time. Prof. Watiniasi, time is yours to give your question. Microphone, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for all speakers. It's very astonishing the part of your knowledge actually. So my question goes first for Professor Xiang. Your system or health system in Taiwan is very advanced. Actually, we would like to know more if you can give us an information how the system works and how did the patient record it. Do they have a specific IDs to do that, or is there any conflicted amongst the hospital, for example, when the patient share or the information shared by the system to get the patient treated?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. And I think basically in our country, 99% of residents actually undergo our national health care insurance. Just like our international students, they also can buy these our national health care insurance. So most of medication and service are covered by this insurance. So all of the data are actually in very similar format in different hospital and different clinics or pharmacy. And they have to claim for reimbursement from the government. So the whole system has been built up probably more than 25 years ago. And then the country started to have the cloud-based since 2013. And after the cloud-based record, you can actually check the patient's data across the country. So the patient, if the patient you are treating right now had situation and you want to know the patient's other medication not actually prescribed in your hospital, you can actually read the medication and healthcare records through the cloud-based. But it's actually just like your question. It requires some approval. The first one, I did not go very detailed, but I actually described in one of my articles and also in my slide. There are two methods. The first method is actually you have the healthcare providers professional IC cards and with the patient's IC card together at a time. That means the patient agree you to read the patient's medical record across different healthcare system, and you can access the cloud-based system. And the other way is the hospital can actually download the patient who actually make a reservation, and by that way, the patient have to sign informed consent, agree you to do so in this hospital. So we have done, I think most of people actually sign the informed consent probably 10 years ago. So yeah, people can read, our healthcare provider can read our across. But if that's for research, let's go different. The insurance has an NHI research database that's linked. And our hospital also has TMU clinical research data that's the link data. So there are different approach in clinical practice and in research. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ibu Prof. Watiniasi. Second last question. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right, thank you. That's for Dr. Ayu. So actually, it's very interesting talk, and I learned a lot about your talk today. So I have a question actually. How do you get the access to the information that you need to get the data? Do you need the permission or something like that to the company, or you have a joint company that you want to collect the data from.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your input. Yeah, so we don't ask, yeah, the only permission that we ask the customer is when they come in into their our website, and we ask their permission whether it's okay to collect data from them. And if they say accept all or agree, then we collect the data. If not, then we don't. Yeah. But is that answer your question?
Yeah, you collect the data actually from everywhere that you can access.
Yeah.
What my question is whether you have the collaboration work, for example, with the YouTube to get the data from YouTube or Facebook or something like that?
Yeah, we use Meta. We do collaborate with Meta. We collaborate with Google. We use TikTok as well. So we do have a lot of collaboration, especially for the marketing aspect of it. Yeah, so TikTok, Meta, Google, as well as one more, I think Pinterest. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So, is there one question?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So, I'm sorry. It's interesting, Dr. Capello, your research. So, it is 3 times higher of tuna to use the FADs of non-natural compared to natural fats. So, why is that? Is there any the shadow they make, or the probably the food they provided by the fats from non-natural, or you made made fat compared to natural fats that they use? I mean, the tuna used for, associated with the fat. Thank you.
Maybe Pak Denny want to have your question as well, so we can have just one time answer. Thank you, Prof. Watiniasi, for your question. Maybe there is some overlap or something.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bu Pima. I have a question for Ibu Manuela.
Louder, please.
Nice to see you again, Bu Manuela. Right, and my name is Denny from Department of Biology, Faculty of MIPA, Udayana University. I have a question. In your presentation was stated that spend time, natural versus FDS, 1 to 3 times. Right? In FDS is more spending time for the face. Is it related to the FDS material attractants or any other factors that influencing such different of time spent? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much to both of you for your questions. So I'm going to first answer the question of the Honorable Dean regarding the difference between natural and artificial floating objects, and whether there is an impact on tuna feeding nearby natural or artificial floating objects. So indeed, this is a big point, a big question that we have currently, which is still not being answered, about whether fats, so the addition of artificial floating objects, can constitute an ecological trap for tuna and for the other fish species. Why? Because, as I explained, if the natural floating objects are used by the fish as an indicator of a rich zone where they can feed better, where they can find more prey, then the fishers add other floating objects in areas that are not rich as the areas where there are the natural ones, that may trap the fish and retain them in poor areas. So there may be a consequence on the fitness, there may be a consequence on the natural mortality. So we don't know yet, actually,
what are these consequences? What we are doing currently is first increasing our knowledge on the physiology of fish, of tuna, and then use this knowledge to assess the impact of the addition of these artificial floating objects on the feeding behavior, on the physiology. And so regarding the question of Pakdeni about what are the main factors leading to the difference in the amount of time that are spent by tuna in a region in the Western Indian Ocean where there are artificial floating objects. So this, the study that we conducted is showing that the main driver of this difference is the density. So the more there are artificial floating objects, in general floating objects, the more the tuna will stay associated and spend less time between two consecutive associations. So it's really the impact of the density, which is like trapping the tuna, retaining them to stay to spend more time associated. And then that means that they are more vulnerable to the fisheries, of course. And there may be other consequences, as I was mentioning, on the physiology that we still have not assessed.
I think Pakdeni also asked about the effect of the material of the object.
So the material actually is not really making a big difference. Fishers have their belief. For example, they think, sometimes they believe adding white colors makes a difference compared to dark color, something like that. But no, there's no evidence, no scientific evidence about whether the material can make a difference. We have experience finding like tons of tuna nearby a coconut. So it's really a small floating object. Even the size, it doesn't make a difference. So the size, the material, whatever the type of floating object, as far as it's floating, it can attract tuna. Thank you very much for the question.
Okay. With that answer, we're going to end this session. Thank you very much for your wonderful sharing, your research, your work, Dr. Capello, Dr. Ayu Sudianti, and also Professor Shan. Let's give a round of applause for all of our three speakers today. Also, thank you for your active participation in this session. Back to MC.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for the wonderful first plenary session, Bapak Ibu? Sangat menarik sekali. Untuk itu, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite, since it has been a wonderful plenary session. Thank you very much again for the insightful session, and please kindly remain on stage as we will be giving a certificate of appreciation. And please, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Andes Imade Sukadana MSc as the Vice Dean for General Affairs and Finance, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, as well as Ibu Prof. Nilo Huatiniasih, PhD, as the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, to come up on stage. Professor Vice Dean, give the certificate of appreciations to the moderator, as well as Ibu Dean to all of the speakers. We would like to invite all of the speakers and as well as the moderators to please rise and stand up here, perhaps, and all of the photographers, please take the moments as well. A round of applause, do not hesitate. And on behalf of the committee, once again, we would like to express our immense gratitude for your expertise and knowledge. knowledge sharing, and we hope that the discussion will bring great benefits to all participants and parties involved. And we would like to give the certificate of appreciation as well for the Prof. Sean Xiang Yin Shen. That is, yes, online certificate, Prof. Thank you very much for your expertise
thank
and
you.
knowledge.
It's beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much Ibu Bapak. Please be seated. Bapak Ibu, itu tadi plenary sesi pertama. Dan demikian rupa untuk plenary sesi pertama selesai. Ini yang ditunggu-tunggu Bapak Ibu ya. Kita akan lunch time dahulu. Toilet break, silakan bagi Bapak Ibu yang ingin toilet break atau having your lunch. Lunch will be downstairs at the first floor. Bapak Ibu silakan, kita sudah ready untuk silakan disantap. Dan ladies and gentlemen, we will have a lunch break for 1.5 hours. And I would like to inform you, after the break, there will be another interesting plenary session here in the ballroom. Please kindly enjoy your break and return to this meeting room or ballroom by 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much Bapak Ibu. Silakan Bapak Ibu dinikmati makan siangnya dan kembali lagi pukul 13.30 WITA. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business.
Cek satu. Cek satu.
Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education, advanced research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride.
dua, tiga, cek, cek.
Going to the extra mile is what we do to follow our calling. We believe we can be exceptional, independent, and refined for the betterment of our generation and the future. Join us, set sail. Together we can make all dreams come true. Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia.
Tes 1, cek. Tes 1, 2, 3, cek.
As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education, advanced research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride.
Cek. Tes 1, 1, 2, 3, cek. Tes 1, 2, 3, dicoba. Cek sound. 1, 1, 2, 3, dicoba. Cek 1, 1, cek, cek.
Going to the extra mile is what we do to follow our calling. We believe we can be exceptional, independent, and refined for the betterment of our generation and the future. Join us, set sail. Together we can make all dreams come true. Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education, advanced research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride. to the extra mile is what we do to follow our calling. We believe we can be exceptional, independent, and refined for the betterment of our generation and the future. Join us, set sail. Together we can make all dreams come true. Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education, advanced research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride. Going to the extra mile is what we do to follow our calling. We believe we can be exceptional, independent, and refined for the betterment of our generation and the future. Join us, set sail. Together we can make all dreams come true. Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education, advanced research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride. Going to the extra mile is what we do to follow our calling. We believe we can be exceptional, independent, and refined for the betterment of our generation and the future. Join us, set sail. Together we can make all dreams come true. Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education, advanced research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride. Going to the extra mile is what we do to follow our calling. We believe we can be exceptional, independent, and refined for the betterment of our generation and the future. Join us, set sail. Together we can make all dreams come true. Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education, advanced research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride. Going to the extra mile is what we do to follow our calling. We believe we can be exceptional, independent, and refined for the betterment of our generation and the future. Join us, set sail. Together we can make all dreams come true. Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education, advanced research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride. Going to the extra mile is what we do to follow our calling. We believe we can be exceptional, independent, and refined for the betterment of our generation and the future. Join us, set sail. Together we can make all dreams come true. Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education, advanced research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride.
Butuh 7 warna untuk menciptakan pelangi di langit. tetapi hanya butuh satu tali persaudaraan, satu takdir, dan satu rasa saling menghargai untuk membentuk ikatan kekeluargaan dalam balutan cakra Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Prajurit Abu.
Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam memiliki fasilitas yang dapat digunakan dan dimanfaatkan oleh setiap insan mahasiswa Fakultas MIPA.
Dimulai dari kimia. Program studi kimia terakreditasi unggul hadir sebagai pusat ilmu yang menyikapi rahasia materi dan perubahannya. Melalui perpaduan sains modern dan nilai kearifan lokal, prodi kimia melahirkan insan yang siap menjawab tantangan masa depan.
Program studi fisika mengajak mahasiswa untuk menjelajahi hukum-hukum dasar alam semesta dan selaras dengan konsep Buana Agung yang memahami jagat raya. Mahasiswa didukung oleh serangkaian laboratorium takdir meliputi laboratorium fisika dasar, elektronika, dan instrumentasi.
Lalu, biologi. Biologi sebagai ilmu yang mempelajari kehidupan dan organisme hidup, memiliki keterkaitan yang sangat erat dengan konsep pelemahan.
Program studi matematika Universitas Udayana hadir sebagai pusat pengembangan ilmu logika dan pemikiran kritis yang berakar pada ketelitian, kejujuran, dan kreativitas. Didukung oleh ruang kuliah yang representatif, laboratorium komputasi, serta ruang baca yang nyaman di Gedung UKM sebagai pusat belajar dan diskusi mahasiswa, program studi ini menghadirkan suasana akademik yang inklusif dan kondusif bagi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa.
Lalu, farmasi. Program studi farmasi bukan hanya tentang mempelajari obat semata, tetapi juga menjadi jendela dunia yang mengingatkan kita kepada kekayaan tanaman obat di Indonesia, termasuk warisan budaya seperti lontar usada Bali. Dengan dukungan laboratorium dan teknologi yang inklusif, setiap mahasiswa memiliki kesempatan yang sama untuk bereksperimen dan berinovasi.
Program studi informatika hadir sebagai ruang bagi mahasiswa untuk memahami dan mengembangkan ilmu teknologi sekaligus menumbuhkan rasa kebersamaan. Dengan dukungan laboratorium komputer yang dapat diakses oleh semua, setiap mahasiswa memiliki kesempatan yang setara untuk berlatih, berkreasi, dan berinovasi.
Dengan adanya fasilitas tersebut, diharapkan para mahasiswa mampu memanfaatkan secara inklusif, sehingga melahirkan ilmuwan-ilmuwan muda yang berintegritas dan memberdayakan satu sama lain.
Tidak hanya memenuhi tridharma perguruan tinggi di bidang penelitian dan pendidikan, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam juga secara inklusif bergerak di bidang pengabdian.
Lewat tangan-tangan kecil ini, kami bergerak memberi dampak besar bagi sekitar. Dari sinilah kami tersadar, keindahan yang bermakna tak hanya diciptakan hanya lewat satu warna, tapi lewat bersama. Kami berdaya.
Saya, Ikomang Nitiari Utami.
Dan saya, Sang Gede Sidan Dewa Dinata. Bersama kami, Nirwana,
sampingkan perbedaan,
dan satukan Prabu untuk FMIPA yang berdaya bagi sesama.
Would you trade your
akan berjalan sesaat lagi, 1 menit mungkin 2 menit kurang. Untuk itu bagi Bapak Ibu disilakan untuk masuk ke ballroom, masih yang berada di luar, Bapak Ibu silakan untuk masuk ke ballroom, dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang sudah hadir di ballroom disilakan untuk menduduki tempat masing-masing yang sudah disediakan karena pelajaran sesi kedua akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will begin the second plenary session. I hope you all are ready. Now, and for the second plenary session, it will be moderated by Bapak Ibu Teddy Indrayana SPD MSc with the invited speakers from Guangdong University of Technology, China, he will be joining us online. Associate Professor Dr. Huikin Shen. And second invited speaker, it is from Institut Teknologi 10 November Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Diana Purwitasari Eskom MSc. Dan invited speaker berikutnya yang terakhir itu dari Institut Pertanian Bogor Indonesia, yaitu Profesor Dr. Muhammad Rafi. Untuk itu kepada moderator kami yang kedua, Bapak Ibu Teddy Indrayana SPD MSc, the stage is yours. Terima kasih Bapak, silakan. Boleh tepuk tangannya Bapak, Ibu silakan.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much given to me for the master of ceremony. Selamat siang, Bapak dan Ibu. I hope all of you don't feel sleepy after we got lunch. And now we are going to start our second session. Let me introduce myself. Is Ibu Teddy Indrayana. I am a lecturer in Basic Study Program, Faculty of Math and Natural Science, Universitas Udayana. In this session, we have three speakers. Our first speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Hui Chin. Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, Professor Wilkinson, you have been in the room?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So before we start, I would like to inform to all of you about the identity of Associate Professor Dr. Wilkinson. The Professor Dr. Wilkinson from Institute of Tropical Bioscience and Technology, Chinese Academy of Tropical Agriculture Sciences. Her educational background starts from 2011, obtained a master's degree from Shengyang Pharmaceutical University, and then in 2016, she obtained PhD degree in natural products. So her main research interest is about the secondary metabolites from tropical bioresources. She has a lot of achievements about the publication, got papers, and also books. So, with honor, we would like to welcome Professor Dr. Wilkinson. Are you ready for presentation?
Thank you very much.
Okay, the presentation is about 25 minutes, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Time is yours.
Thank you for the good afternoon, my friends. Firstly, thanks Harry so much for this chance to show my presentation here. Today, I will show some work about the Atawwood from group. This is a very interesting material, not only distributed in China, but also in Indonesia.
Okay, maybe you can share your presentation.
Atawwood. Atawwood, also known as eaglewood, Benxiang, and so on. It has a different name in different cultures. It is a valuable non-timber resin wood obtained from wooded trees of Aquaria species. Look at the healthy Aquaria trees almost don't have the resin. Only when they are stimulated by resinous forms of injury. Several years after injury, white wood turned to brown or even black, which means the resinous formed, which we call it agar wood. The picture of agar wood like this. There are some pictures of agar wood. For the agar wood original trees, until now, 21 aquarium species have been documented, and they distribute in tropical and subtropical areas. Look at this picture. The area with the green is a place where native aquarium is found. The table lists the aquarium trees and their distribution. In China, we have two species, Aquarium sinensis and Aquarium neogenesis. In Indonesia, we also have one local species named Aquarium relaria. Agar so very widely. For example, in China, Vietnam, and Japan, it is used as traditional medicine to treat gastric problem, cough, and even high fever. Due to its present aroma, it has also used in religious ceremonies, and in recently, it is also become one of the most welcome resources from. Meanwhile, it is also used as medicine. As a traditional medicine, agar is listed in Chinese pharmacopoeia. It reports that agar can promote qi circulation, relieve pain, warm nuts, and stop foment, relieve asthma. Modern pharmacological research shows that agar have bioactivities including anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, anti-cancer, and so on. So our question is, agar is so welcome, but there are so many resources, including from different places, from nature or artificial. All of these agar can function or not. If not, what is the difference and how to identify them? So, firstly, chemical constituents of agar we have to clarify first. So, the second part of the chemical constituents of agar. Firstly, we collect agar sample from worldwide because agar are very strong in smell. So, we extract the essential oil first. This is a procedure of essential oil extraction and identification. After extracting the essential oil, the residue we will extract is known. This is the procedure to isolate and identify the compound. There are some examples including agar from Aquarium sinensis, Asna, and malaria. Now let's have a look for the first example, which named artificial cooling agar from Aquarium sinensis. Method to produce agar is making pores on the stems of trees. This is a traditional way to artificially produce agar from this sample. We totally published 136 compounds, 46 new compounds. Now I will only show new compounds here. The first type of compound is between 1 to 6 belong to oidins man, and 7 and 8 belong to the banana bean. These beans are widely cited in agar and usually have a very good aromatic smell. The second type of compound is phenylethyl chloride. These compounds find to be very typical in agar wood. Seldom is found from other plants. The structure compared to phloem, they are one the ethyl here, the ethyl group between the chromol and the enzyme group. The third type of compound is 5,6,7,8 tetrahydrotetraphenyl ethyl hormone. This structure is a reduction of the benzene ring of the chromol part. Look at here. Usually, this part are preceded by a hydroxy group or methoxy group or two hydroxy group with one water to oxygen ring. So also it's common to be found like compound 2 to 39. And from this sample, we also find phenol ethyl chromone primers. This compound usually consists by one chromone and one tetrahedral chromone. According to the link, there are several types. The first type with one ether ring. In the artificial holding agar wood, we find always the position 8, at the tetrahedral chromone connected with the position 6 or 7. The second type of link is look at the compound 5 to 16 is two chromone parts connected with two ether links. The third type of link is look at the compound 1 to 3. The compounds connected with one ether link and one carbon-carbon link. The last type of compound consisted by one tetrahedral chromone and one phenylpropanoid. Type of compound not so common in agar wood. The second sample was low agar wood of Aquarella sinensis. Low means this agar wood is a kind of wild agar wood that produced after the woody tissue of the trees eroded by various insects. Here we have worked two samples, and this sample is from the new variety that produced by ourselves. From these two samples, we find very interesting that both of the samples are rich with chromosomes. This is not so common in other agar wood find now. Therefore, it is probably to be a chemical characteristic for low agar wood. In addition, type compounds find to have inhibitory activity on nitric oxide, the production of IW cells induced by LPS. The second type of agar wood is from agar wood class 1. The first sample is from North. From this sample, we have published 70 compounds, including 28 new ones. From this sample, type of compound we find is also cisprotein and hormones, but different from oidans type proteins. Find from the artificial agar wood from Aquarella sinensis. The new cisprotein we find from this sample is erythrophilum cisprotein, like compound 2 to 5. Linkage. From this sample, one special type of compound is dimer consisted by one tetrahedral chromone and one oiders man. This is beans. This is a type compound found from this agar wood. The second class name sample is from Cambodia. Here are the new compounds. The structure are similar as found from agar wood from class Na from Laos. Just the tetrahedral chrome to form 6 membrane like this. And then connected with this protein seems more common in this sample, like 7 to 9. The third class 9 sample was named as red soil agar-wood. This is because the procedure of production is very special. It is produced when the tree is buried in the red soil for a very long time. It is mainly produced in Vietnam. It has a red surface membrane with a purple and brown cut, while the oil distribution is over fierce, and the smell is a slight fragrance with ink aroma. From this sample, until now, we have published 98 compounds, including 37 news. The special compound isolated from this sample is compound 36 and 37 to chromosome linked end to end to form a circle. There are the only 2 compounds until now found from agar-wood, and 10 compound here find to show the inhibitory activity on natural oxygen production of IW cells induced by LPS. The third type of agar-wood is from Aquarium Wala. Wala is recorded mainly distributing in the wet and intermediate zones of Sri Lanka, and the minority is southwest Indian. Its agar-wood appears usually black with small white spots and have unique core fragrance. From this sample, 22 type beans were isolated. This type of bean until now only found from this sample and Aquarium Malaysia. There are also chrome derivatives isolated from it. Compound 43 to 52, we determined the absolute configuration by the ECD calculation. And this compound we also find they presented melanin production inhibitory activity in cells. They also showed tyrosine's inhibitory activity. Kinetic assay showed that they are all competitive inhibitors, and molecular docking stimulation revealed that they are bound to the catalytic site of the active pocket of tyrosines. The first agar-wood is from Aquarium. Agar-wood is mainly distributed in Indonesia, Philippines, and Papua New Guinea. The first sample we have done is from Indonesia. From this sample, we have published 120 compounds, including 49 news. From this sample, the typical bean we isolated was guana type bean. And this compound find to have alpha glucosidos inhibitory activity, both kinetic assay and molecular docking stimulation revealed it is an active competitive inhibitor in the isolated 2,2-phenyl ethyl chromos. Compound 6 here. Compound 6 is a very special structure which had a sulfide bond. This sample find to reach with 5-8 hydroxy substituted to phenyl ethyl, and this compound presents a significant inhibitory effect on natural oxide production of IW cell reduced by LPS, so they should have anti-inflammatory activity. The second Florium agar-wood is from Philippines. The chemical constituent is very interesting, enriched with tetrahedron chromodimers. Look at these dimers. They are seldom isolated from other agar-wood until now, and from this sample also identified 12 tremors as presented here. Before this, only 4 tremors were present isolated. Here, compound 24 and 26 find to present inhibitory activity against the Helicobacter coli, which is a bacteria-induced gastric disease. There are also chromosomal dimers isolated, and compound 3 and 4 was first isolated find with glucoside substitution. And in addition, compound 33 presented as a protective effect on tolocolic acid-induced damage to human gastric mucosa epithelial cells. So, to some extent, due to phenylethyl chloromers is a chemical constituent responsible for gastric protective effect of agar-wood. Because of our abundant work on the chemical constituents from agar-wood, so we were invited to write the review on agar-wood on Nature Product Reports. From preparing the review, we summarize the compounds from the Aquilaria trees. It is found that the chemical constituents in white wood pad is very different from the agar-wood pad. For example, flavonoids and lignans almost disappear in agar-wood, while chromo are seldom in white wood. So it means chemical constituents change in the plant during agar-wood formation. Based on the chemical constituents, we developed the method to identify agar-wood. The standards we set identification standard of agar-wood and the quality grade standard of agar-wood we have accepted by Chinese government. And now we already get the license to identify agar-wood in our institute. The third part, I will simply talk about some other work from our group. Here we are the first group in genome sequence of the agar-wood tree, Aquilaria sinensis, and based on this, we conduct some functional genes mining. And until now, we have developed 5 new varieties. They are all characteristics by easy to produce agar-wood, high field, and high quality. For example, local 2 variety, the young branches here, look at this, can produce agar-wood. Look at here, this is local 2, the young branch, so very easily to produce agar-wood, but the common trees still white is not so easy. And the resin content is much higher than common trees. It is an ideal material for perfume form. Look now, 2 agar-wood tree have widely planted in south of China. Qinan agar-wood means high quality agar-wood, like local 2, which have the high content of essential oil and the high content of chromosomes. In order to determine the difference in Qinan and common agar-wood, so a chemical composition analysis carried out. So the result shows that Qinan agar-wood, both from wild and cultivated, presented the content of these 2 compounds more than 40%. According to the chemical constituents, we already find that cysteine and chromo, 2 main compounds in agar-wood. After we isolated some compounds, we find some of them smell. For example, the first compound showed cool and fresh honey-like aroma. And according to this, we modified some method to extract the agar-wood and develop a special essential oil with more pleasant smell. This is an essential oil product. It contains a significant concentration of these proteins, giving rise to rich, dynamically evolving and enduring aroma. Here are some other products, and here are 2 agar-wood performs suitable for women and men respectively. And this is agar-wood line incense. And we also developed a series of agave cosmetic in skincare. And this is agave based freshener. Due to its abundant resource and diverse range of products, agave have become an important part of people's quality life. Our agave products have also been shortcasted at the China International Customer Product. Now we have the International Joint Research Center of agave. So if you are also interested in agave work, welcome to make a cooperation. So thank you very much.
Very
And
nice
welcome
talk,
to China, welcome to Hainan also.
Professor. So you did research from its fundamental to its product, right? Okay, very, very nice. Okay, and next we are going to invite our second speakers for this session. For our second speaker is Profesor Dr. Insinyur Diana Purwitasari. I would like to invite Ibu Prof to come forward. Here. Before she start to deliver her talk, I would like to introduce herself. Her complete name is Professor Dr. Insinyur Diana Purwitasari, SCOM Master of Science. She is from Department of Informatics, Laboratory of Algorithm and Programming. Currently, she is the Dean of the Faculty of Intelligence, Electronic and Information, Informatics. Yeah, Faculty of Intelligence, Electrical and Informatics Technology. Yeah. Institut Teknologi 10 November. And her PhD from Teknik Elektronik. So, give applause to her. She would like to deliver presentation about the intelligence. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, thank you for inviting me, and I hope because right now is we have some lunch, the spirit is quite low, and there are some empty seats. I hope that, and of course, the field is quite different because my faculty is based on technology. So in short, it's electrics. Electrics is from Faculty of Intelligence, Electrical and Informatics Technology. But in here, the informatics is under FMIPA Science of Faculty. So it's quite difficult, quite different, not difficult, quite different. You have biology, pharmacy, physics, chemistry, and I'm talking about NLP. What is it? So, okay, so the next 15-20 minutes, I'm going to shorten it. I'm just, okay, thank you. Just give an example, what is NLP? NLP is in short of natural language processing. What can we do with the NLP? Okay, so this graphics is quite sometimes, I think it's from McKinsey, and more than 10 years ago, and they already talk, there is some 12 disruptive technologies. I'm going to focusing on the automation of knowledge work. It means that 10 years ago, they already predict with a lot of information, even though is it good, but because too much information, the automation related to the knowledge, it's become disruptive. So what is the automation of knowledge? Yep. I'm going to talk later, but the answer is of course ChatGPT for the disruption of automation knowledge. But what is NLP itself? NLP is because this is a natural language. So natural language, with is it written or spoken, is whatever information that the human being give. Is it written in textual or speech? That's parts of NLP. So that's why there is a speech to text and then come back again to text to speech. But so the term NLP will, I'm basically just for the text, not for the speech. Related to, for the example, is a lot of text. What's the topic? A lot of text. What can we search? A lot of text. What can be profiled? And for the application, translation is like Google Translate. We have a lot of that. Recommendation system. I believe that the Amazon site is a quite old website, and if you check some book and in the below there is an information, perhaps you would like to know this book. I think it is the same that our previous presenter Putu Ayu said, that the recommendation, it's the same. Whatever that information you select, click using computer or any other device, can be recorded and then can be profiled and then can be recommended. So that's a lot of work for NLP, natural language processing. The example for here, why there is Tramin here, because for the NLP short text with Twitter, I think it's quite huge. During Trumps, they have some campaign team to analyze the sentiment, and they during with Facebook or Twitter, they can give some information. I think this is the same strategy that President Jokowi also have the team to make some kind of promote him in the Twitter. And right now, yes, I'm going breaking here. That's my profile, but the system is not created by ITS, but we pay to the Science Direct, the pure Elsevier. So we have a scholar.its.ac. Whatever of our publication indexed by Scopus are going to be there. So in Indonesia, the Pure is also in University of Indonesia, and I think UNER is also used the same engine, and the Australia is like Monash also use the same engine. Okay, so this is an example with an NLP. You can see here there is a ChatGPT, and also with text, with speech is using Siri for smart assistant. And of course, for the Google is before the ChatGPT, we already have the Google. And what can we do? This is the example with Twitter text. That's the politics. Okay, here for NLP, usually we try to analyze the content. The content means for every word, what's that meaning? That's the content analysis. But the context means, let's say, in Twitter or Facebook, any comments we're going to reply. Any comments will have a like, dislike, and so on. That's become a context. What's the relation between one person to another person? Okay. So that's another nice graphics. The looks like tree, but it means that I think is around almost 10 years ago. The text is just, if in informatics it's called word to fact, but right now the top branch is an LLM. As you can see, there are a lot of variation in here. At that time, 10 years ago, I don't know about ChatGPT. I don't know that LLM can do so much like this. But yes, that's life. We have to embrace the LLM. And of course, in Indonesia is also already used the LLM. So there are a lot of research in Indonesia. And basically with the same, there are a lot of text in internet. They try to understand the text. They try to understand relation between words, of course using basically neural network. And then they make some huge matrix to show relation between words. And that become the basic model of LLM. And then each LLM can be modified. Like here, OpenTai using LLM, and there are a lot of Thai text, and they promote it as OpenTai GPT. And of course, in Japan, there are using LLM Llama, and then try to train the text, and they have a product called, this is Eliza. But for Indonesia, the group is around ITB and something, and the product is called Cendol. And there are some local language in Cendol, and that's what with researcher from Udayana, Pak Gosan and his team, we also try to work with Bali text. So I hope that Pak Gosan can teach me a lot with Gosan is mean Agusan Jaya. So the shortened word is Gosan. I'm really sorry. Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is our works. Okay, yeah, give applause to Satria. Where is Satria? Okay, so this is the works for Satria during his master degree, and then also with Pak Agus Sanjaya. So we try to understand the text, Balinese text, but specifically for the folk story, and then try at least for understand which is the protagonist, the antagonist, or the character in here. But for this one, it's still based on data. So because for each different language, we are going to need some different understanding. I mean, in the word, there are English text, a lot of it, lots of text. There is also Chinese text, but for low resource in here is Bali. There are not so many texts. That's why we have to make a data. We have to make the dictionary. And then we have to publish the data. If not, we cannot reuse the data. So that's why after we collect the data, we submit it to the data in brief, and that's publicly accessed. Hopefully, with this public data, there are a lot of people that can use the data. And hopefully, in Bali researcher can use a lot of this data. Okay. So next, um, right now the term of artificial intelligence, or in Indonesia, is during 2020. I think that's around COVID. We have some kind of a policy brief that released by the government. It's called a national strategy, or a strategi nasional kecerdasan artificial. And the goal is, hopefully all of our research can be in these 5 topics related to health, to bureaucracy, food, and then there is also smart mobile, smart government, and also education. So every our research should be or suggested to support this one. And for like Balinese data, I think we can promote for the education. And then for fishery, I think it's also related to hopefully food security. I'm not so sure with that. So that's become a guarantee to get funding supported from the government. That's why, even though in NLP, the goal is also to support this research point. Yeah, this is an example for NLP. It's not just only for understanding the text, understanding the sentiment, but also understanding, is it dangerous or not? So that's one example of NLP. What is the dangerous? Of course, there is a lot of point in here. Let's say dangerous because they can make a riot. Dangerous because they tend to racialize certain groups. And why is it dangerous? Because if there is some issue, there are a lot of people who wants to comment to that issue. So that's become dangerous. Okay, like I said before, NLP is not just content analysis, it's not just text, but also the relation between text, the relation between user who posting the text. Every relation can be shown as a graph. So this will show a relation between graph, and with this visualization, we know which topic is dangerous. How we know that's dangerous? If the topic is very bold, very the notes quite large, and there are a lot of relation to the notes, that's become a dangerous issue. So NLP can be used to understand not just text, but also the relation between users. Okay, because the goal, the term between relation between user, it's we call as network analysis or social network analysis. It can also be implemented not just for text, but also for other, like in here is for health. So the relation between disease based on, in Indonesia terms is BPJS, but it means for social health, and can be used as like disease prediction, fraud prediction, and so on. So in terms as a context analysis, I'm going to skip this one. Finish. Okay. Let's back again. Okay. In terms of this graph, okay, I haven't put the word in here, yeah. I forgot to put it. Okay. I'm just going to say it. Why I choose the graphs as the ending of the presentation? Because like in here for biology, we have also called biobird. is a biology and combination relation between every genes, every chemistry items. There's some kind of data, it's called BioBird PubMed. It means that you can use NLP too in your field. You can use in biology, you can use in chemistry, you can use in pharmacy, but I'm not so sure about physics. So let's try how to use NLP and physics. I think that's all. So NLP can be used in all different fields for science faculty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very nice talk from Professor Udayana. Because some issues I would like to directly continue for discussion, especially for Professor Udayana. Yeah, maybe one or two questions for first session to Professor Udayana. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So a question from a non-expert. You mentioned there are several LLM. I wonder what is the main difference? Is it just the training data set which differs, or there's other differences in the architecture or something else than the training? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do we collect the question or directly answer, moderator?
You directly.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Manuela. So basically, LLM, we have data. Okay, the data in here is actually the NLP is not it's not just text. We can also speech, but we have to transfer for speech to text. But for LLM, let's say we have based on text, and then the text itself. What is the data here? The data is words. So we are going to transform the words and each occurrences. The bigger value or the highest value frequency of word, it means they become important. And then we try to analyze the relation between words. How to analyze? Just put those data into like model in here is neural network. And then in short, we are going to have a big matrix. The matrix, it means correlation between words. So we know that if we say something neural, so the probability will going to ask the network in the computer science context. So that's the basic one. So we can train, we can make those matrix with every language. So just try change the language. It's not just English, but let's say Indonesian or Japanese or other language. But of course, if the word is not Romawi, I mean it's not A to Z, so like Chinese, Japanese, that's characters, we have to translate it first. So I hope that can answer your question, Manuela. So it means that a lot of data. The problem is with the local language like Bahasa Jawa, Bahasa Bali, or Bahasa Sunda, or like in India is Bahasa Urdu, something like that. The text data is not so much. So we have to create the data. Thank you. Okay, the next question.
Yeah. Okay. Next question.
Okay. For introduction, my name is Jason, and actually this is like an interesting presentation about large language model and natural language processing. But my curious is that I'm actually curious, like since like there's like a content moderation, like what I seen like in the previous slides. So is it like possible to make large language model to moderate, let's say, a conversation in social media? Like, does it able to detect if it's like literal or misunderstanding or just sarcasm or even a joke? I'm curious because like in social media, once something got like misunderstood, it became spiraling into a very big mess. Let's say like they're joking about the government, and there's a chance that the government will like say, okay, this is a bad word. but suddenly people are starting to outsmart the system. So what is your opinion about that? Or is there any like way large language model or even like NLP helps in this problem? Thank you.
Okay, so basically, your question is about whether LLM can make a wrong answer?
No, detect a wrong answer.
Detect the wrong answer. Yeah, okay. So basically, every smart system, it depends on the training. Okay? So that's why for the LLM there is a term hallucination. So it means that there is some words that can make ambigu or different meanings. So to eliminate those ambigu problem, we have to give more data so the model can differentiate which is correct or which is wrong.
I see. Okay. Yes. Thank you for that. I'm not really into like language models, so sorry if it's like my question is very basic. I'm just curious.
Okay. Thank you. That's an interesting question. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, we invite one question more.
Oh, in the back. Actually, you don't have to ask question. It's all right.
Okay, yes, please.
So I would like to ask questions. I'm not in informatics, so probably it's basic questions. So I wonder, like, is there any evaluation method like from the result of the LLM, if like, and also like how can you spot if there's any bias or mistakes that LLM can make? Is that like any evaluation method that people in this field actually apply? I mean, I'm just wondering if there's any. I don't know.
Okay, so I think the basic one looks like this one. Let's say you want to ask some question and you don't know what's the correct answer. You are going to ask person A, B, C, D. Okay, the more you answer, the more you ask the question, you will get the answers, and probably the answer will belongs to what is the majority. So that's the manual version, yeah. And is it also the same with machine learning model? Like we know there is some algorithm for classification like naive bias or decision tree. You are going to ask each model with the same question, with the same data testing. It's the same with LLM. Now there are a lot of version LLM. There is a ChatGPT version, Gemini version, and then I don't know, Alibaba version. Just use those version as a different model, ask the same question, and give the voting which one is the major. Yeah, you get the answers. That's how to evaluate.
Oh, it's just like comparing to different.
That's
models.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much for the questions. Maybe from online participant, is there one question? From online participant, is there one question? No, no question. Maybe I have one question.
Oh, okay.
So, does the NLP technology here can identify the psychological of the user? I mean, people who chat in VR, how to distinguish the psychological condition of the people?
Psychological condition.
Psychological condition.
Okay. Every time we text something and words, we can identify the word is as a noun, adjective, and so on. So the easiest one, if we are not in the good mood, we tend to use the adjective in a bad version. That's an easy way to understand the psychological. Of course, we also can have some psychology theory and then try to map with perhaps MBTI or something. And basically, we also, each data have some train, some basic data. So have some dictionary in here. So you should have, for a better result, have a dictionary related to the each condition, each emotion. but you can modify it for a lot of data. You can train also the dictionary.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's give applause to Professor Diana for her interesting talk. Next, we continue to our third speaker. Our third speaker goes to chemistry field. He is Professor Dr. Muhammad Rafi. I would like to introduce him first. He is from Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, IPB University, Indonesia. His main research interests are analytical chemistry, analytical spiration, spectroscopic analysis, chemometrics, metabolomics, natural product analysis. So we would like to welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Rafi. Please come to the stage. Give applause to Professor Dr. Muhammad Rafi.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Selamat siang. Salam sejahtera. Thank you very much for the moderator for the kind introductions. And I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to give some our experience in the metabolomics study in our research group. So. In this occasion, I would like to give something about the seeing the unseen, because we would like to talk about the metabolites. Because I'm chemist, but mostly as the analytical chemistry. So, yeah, decoding the metabolome through analytical science. So, in this presentations, I would like to give that. The linking of the chemistry, biology, and also for the statistics. Yeah, next. So this is of me. This is last year photo. So in this background, I think it's more younger than me. No, because it took like 10 years ago. So still like in with the black hair. Now become more wisdom, I think. For the silver hair. So now I'm also the director of the Tropical Biopharmaca Research Center in IPB University, mostly doing the developing of herbal medicines, and also the chairman of the divisions of analytical chemistry and instrumentations of the Indonesian Chemical Society, and also the presidents of the Indonesian Metabolomics Associations. My primary research more usually in the metabolomics and chemometrics. Okay, next. So this is my place. I live here for the 30 years now, from 1995. Before that, I live in Jakarta. Bogor is the one of the municipalities in West Java, yeah, about 50 kilometers from Jakarta, and surrounded by the mountains. So we know it for the rain city. But now is the, what we call it, Angkot. City of Angkot, yes, because Bogor is mostly, yeah, very large of the Angkot populations. So Bogor is famous for the presidential palace and also for the Bogor Botanical Gardens. It's only 200 years old now. Next. So this is my university. I work in the IPB University. IPB University is established in 1963. Yeah, we separated from the University of Indonesia. Yeah, yeah, we have 6 campus and about 35,000 students. Okay, next. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Department of Chemistry. We have 3 degrees, bachelor and master's degree and doctoral degree. Is there any would like to pursue graduate study? You can choose this IPB University. And this is the Tropical Biopharmaca Research Center. Also, I'm as the director, the Center for the Integrated Upstream and Downstream Research in the developing of Indonesian herbal medicines. We call it JAMU. Yeah, this is some research activity in our research center. So we gathered the labs and socioeconomics expertise around in our research center, because we are developing the herbal medicines and also for the marketing and also for the social impacts of the herbal medicines. Yeah. Metabolome, yeah, a set of the metabolites in some living cell or living organism. So what we call it about the metabolome is encompasses of small molecules around below the 1,500 Dalton in a cell, tissue, or organism. So we related to the metabolomics as the science of the analysis of the metabolome. So metabolome will provide a snapshot of past physiological status at a given time, yeah, reflecting genetic expressions, yeah, and also the enzymatic activity and environmental influence. So we know for here in Bali, so famous with the salak, I think salakka, yeah, but in Bogor, no famous with the salak. Because of what? Maybe the environmental factors. Yeah, because of that, the metabolism is very different. In Bogor, mostly known with the talas. Yeah. Taro, yeah, we call it in English. Unlike the genomics and also proteomics, the youngest ones, metabolomics, give a direct functional insights into the biochemical processes. So this is one why the herbal medicine, there is sometimes no consistency in the for the evaluations of the biological activity. Because of what? Because there is some differences in the chemical compositions related to the biological activity. So the challenge in the study of the metabolome is the high chemical diversity, like polar, non-polar, volatiles, thermolabile, and then also dynamic concentration range is very fluctuative. Yeah. So why we should like to see in the unseen? Because metabolites are often invisible to direct observations. Many are odorless, colorless, and also below detection threshold. Yeah. And then also the complexity of plant or biological extracts sometimes hides crucial chemical information. Is there any synergism or the antagonistic work? And also, we have to choose some advanced analytical tools to allow visualize the invisible molecular events, such as pathway regulations or disease-specific biomarkers. So, in this content, that the metabolomics is very useful in the study of the lab sciences. And by the seeing the unseen, we emphasize that transforming the analytical instrumentations data like chromatography or chromatographic data or spectrochemical data into the biochemical meaning, that more we can understand the mechanism or the how to the secondary metabolite is produced by the plants. So analytical science, or we call it the analytical chemistry also, integrates that the chemical separations and also the spectral detections and data interpretations. So in this area, we have to learn about the chemicals and also the biology and also the statistics. So it will transform raw signal into the interpretable biological meaning. So some application related like the biomarker discovery for diseases and also for the nutritions maybe, or standardizations and quality control of herbal products and foods, and also environmental monitoring of the metabolites and symbiotics. So many applications by using the metabolomics analysis because act as the transitional disciplines, connecting the molecules into metabolism and also phenotyping. Yeah, there is some two analytical instrumentation that mostly used in the metabolome analysis. We call it chromatography, separating the complexity. The principle is separations, the chemical based on the interactions between the analytes, the mobile phase, and also the stationary phase. We can use that gas chromatography if for volatile compound like essentials or aroma, and liquid chromatography for non-polar to polar metabolites, and also we can use TLC or HPTLC for rapid fingerprinting analysis with good visualizations. So the chromatography will provide high resolution, sensitivity, and also reproducibility. So this analytical technique is most powerful in the metabolomics analysis. Sometimes we use the retention time and also the peak area for the qualitative or quantitative metabolic informations. Also, the spectroscopy, one of mostly used analytical instrumentation, mostly used as the fingerprinting analysis. Yeah. So in this slide, sometimes we can use like UV-Vis, FTIR, NMR, or also MS. These two kind of analytical instrumentation is mostly used in the metabolomic analysis because these two kind of instrumentation can be used to structural elucidations because chemistry is very lacking with the structural chemical informations. But we can also use the UV-Vis or FTIR as the rapid analysis for knowing the group of sample or something else. So in this instrument, we conduct like non-destructive and suitable for the in situ or online analysis. We have like FTIR and NIRS handheld for the quality control of some herbal medicine raw material. So mass spectrometry, how we decoding the molecular identity of our samples. Mostly metabolomics analysis using this kind of technique. The technique can detect and identify metabolite based on the mass to charge ratio. We call it ampere Z. So it will relate it to the molecular weight of the compounds. Sometimes we use the couple technique like GCMS, LCMS-MS, or DART-TOF-MS, for the rapid profiling of fingerprintings of the samples. And in this technique enables to accurate mass measurement, usually by using the high resolution mass spectrometry for isotopic pattern analysis and also fragmentations profiling to make it sure what kind of the molecular weight and the structural formula of the molecules. Mostly used in the untargeted metabolomics. Untargeted means we don't target anything, the chemicals, we just mapping the metabolites. And also for the biomarkers discovery. So sometimes we have to use statistic. This is statistical multivariate. We call it in chemistry is chemometrics. The applications of multivariate statistics, mathematics, or machine learning to extract meaningful information for the complex chemical data from like chromatogram or spectrum or voltammogram by uncovering hidden patterns, relationship, and correlations between these chemical informations and maybe linking to the biological activity profile. Why is needed the chemometric? Because chromatographic and spectroscopy data are multidimensional. Because of multidimensional, many variables per sample and also correlated. So sometimes visual interpretations alone is not insufficient. So common model that we can use like PCA, principal component analysis for pattern recognition, clustering, hierarchical cluster analysis for similarity visualizations, and also like partial least square discriminant analysis or OPLSDA for the supervised discriminations. So we can use this technique like for enable sample authentications, batch consistency check, and also for the marker selections like identifications of the bioactive molecules by using the metabolomics approach. So we can integrate the combining of the chromatography, spectroscopy to more comprehensive coverage for metabolite identifications. So for the workflow, we can see in this scheme that we collected the biological samples and data acquisitions with the instrumental analytical technique, and then process the spectral, and then after that data analysis and identifications of metabolite if we use the mass spectrometry and nucleic magnetic resonance, and then we correlated with the biological interpretations like pathway or something else. So in this workflow, most step is very important, especially like for the sample collections. We have to collect it, like more samples in the metabolomics analysis, not only one. Maybe the minimum is about 3. Yeah, more than 3 is more enough. And so we can also use the approach for the data fusions to integrate information from different platforms, by using the combinations of like FTIR with the LCMS or something. And visualization, we can use like PCA, B-plots, volcano, metabolic mapping from the cakes or something to describe the relationship between the molecules. So this is some case studies in our research group by applications of metabolomics analysis. First is why we authenticate these two kind of plants. Because these two plants is very similar in shape of the leaves. If we powdered this kind of leaves, we cannot discriminate these two plants. So we have to use some chemical informations. We using the data fusions between the UV spectrum with the FTIR spectrums to make a model by using the orthogonal partial least square discriminant analysis. So we can see here, this is the pure, the blue one is Turnera subulata, the green one is the Sidarom bifolia. This is 5% of Turnera subulata in the Sidarom bifolia. This is 10, this is 25. So also we check the validity of our models is very good with the performance of the some parameters. And this is also by using the profiling, mapping the metabolites, because we use the samples of patchouli, or we call it nilam, as the base of perfumes. We collected from 3 different locations and then check the yield and also to provide the volatiles and non-volatiles metabolites by using the GCMS and LCMS, and also to check the antioxidant activity of these samples from 3 different locations. And we found that by using the LCMS generated data, we can cluster the samples according to the locations of growth compared to the this one. This is not separated by using the GCMS from the essential oil of the patchouli. And this is also why we would like to mapping the Centella asiatica or pegaga. I don't know in Bali language, pegagan also. Pegagan. Daun tidur, daun bido. Okay. In Java is we call it pegaga. So we would like to mapping the metabolites in roots and in stolon and stem and also the leaves. So by mapping this metabolite, we know the information regarding the bioactive metabolites presence in each plant parts or in each plant organs. So here we show the heat map analysis, show that some of the samples like this one. I'm so sorry because my eyes is getting old. This is the cluster of the metabolites. This is the very high of components. but I cannot see whether this is some of the compost. But by using this heat map analysis, we can see that why we should using the leaves or the stem or something regarding to the each biological activity. And this is the principal component analysis, and can see here the stolons and the stem is very close, maybe because there is no differences between the metabolites compositions in these two kind of organs. So this is some of how sensory metabolites are profiling in the Myristica fragrans nutmeg, so by the Egyptian scientists. By using the metabolomics analysis, they would like to differentiate of the fragrance fruit, arillus seed, and also heated seed headspace volatiles. So this is some information regarding the chromatograms, and they can cluster between the plant organs and also between the different roasting process of the Myristica fragrans of nutmeg. So we can see by the loading plot analysis, there is some information regarding the differentiate marker of each. This is heated seed, height with the myristicin and so on. So they found that in the fruit there is some higher malic acid, myristicins, and in the seeds by using roasted isoeugenol, methoxyeugenol, and in the arillus they have higher of the alpha beta pinene, mannose, and also glucose. So there is some also differences between the organs parts of the metabolites. So in this study, we use the metabolomics for the biomarker metabolites of Pichia kudryavzepi fermented in high temperature. So here we use yeast, Pichia kudryavzepi. This is thermotolerant yeast, show the ability to produce ethanol at optimum 37 degrees Celsius. But we would like to showing some information regarding if we using the high temperature ethanol fermentations, is it the ethanol productions is very high or not. So we have to select some like stress protectant metabolites. So the Pichia kudryavzepi still can produce the bioethanols. So by using the metabolomics analysis, we can see here there is some differences when we using the temperature 30, 37, 42, and 45. The metabolite compositions is very different. And this is some PLSDS score plot. So we can see here there is some information regarding what the stress protector metabolites that we identify in this loading plot, and we found that this L-proline is the as the stress protectant metabolites because the VIP score is very higher in the high temperature that we use for the fermentations of Pichia kudryavzepi. And after we add the proline, there is some increase of the bioethanol productions, but not very higher, maybe only 25%. After we use, after we add it with the L-proline. But as can be seen here, you can see that the metabolomics analysis can identify or can select the biomarker from this fermented study. And also we can we use the same approach for the predictions of the cytotoxic compounds from source of leaf, sirsak we call it in Indonesia. This is linking the profile of the biological activity profile and also the LC-HRMS metabolic profile. And by using the OPLSDA, and then we validate with the in silico approach for the known compound. We have published this one in the phytochemical analysis. So firstly, we evaluate the biological activity. We found here that the ethanol and 50% and also 80% of ethanol is very high in the IC50 or the cytotoxic activity. And also source of leaf extracts with different extractions, rich for the alkaloid and flavonoid and also the acetogenin. And this is some information regarding the mapping metabolites of the source of leaves. We have identified 14 alkaloids, 16 acetogenin, and also 5 of the flavonoids. And by linking the biological activity profile and also for the LC-HRMS metabolite profile, we can see some information regarding the selections of the cytotoxic compound from the S-plot of the orthogonal partial least square discriminant analysis. So what kind of the 9 compounds? We have identified 3 known compounds and 6 unknown compounds. 6 unknown compounds only we can identify from the acetogenin. This is also from the acetogenin. So after that, we predict the anoretiquin squalene silopine as the active compound, but after that we have to validate with the in silico analysis. So by using the doxorubicin as the positive control, we can see the docking score or affinity bonding of the from the in silico analysis is very near. So we can see the 3 compounds is predicted as the active compound, but we do also the fractionations, but found that the silopines is not very active. Only anoretiquin and also squalene C is very active. Also, we can use the metabolomics for wood identifications. Yeah, as you can see, why I'm using many samples. Yeah, because I'm analytical chemistry, so the sample is very wide. Yeah, so I help my friends in the Faculty of Forestry to do like some wood identifications by using the wood chemistry. We now in IPB have the Dartov MS also, for the identifications of wood. But here we use the LCMS to clustering the ebony from different geographical origins. Ebony only grow in the Sulawesi Island. This after we extracted and then separated by using and identified by using LCMS, we can also group it the sample by using the OPLS DA from the 3 provinces in the Sulawesi, Central, West, and also South Sulawesi. And we found that diomyl-quinone A was identified as the marker compound for ebony from West Sulawesi, and 3-methylpumblagin and camphorol were markers for the South Sulawesi, by using the B-plot of the OPLS DA analysis. This is Dartov MS. Now we build the databases for every wood in Indonesia, especially for the endangered species. So by using the direct analysis real time as part of the ionization technique in mass spectrometry, now Dartov MS is mostly used for the wood identification. But if we would like to use another plant, it's okay. But mostly now Dartov MS is used for the wood identifications. It's very different for the another mass spectrometry because it's direct. The samples is only put it here and then spray with the ionizations, and then we collected the mass spectra. It's very easy the analysis, but the price of these instrumentations is it's no. We bought like 7 million rupiahs. No. 7 miliar berapa ya? 7 billion. Sorry, not 7 million. 7 million is very cheap. Here we also use the heat map for differentiations of different woods, and after this one we also can cluster by using the principal component analysis or also discriminant analysis with good performance of the models, by using the heat map analysis from the MS spectra data from the Dartov MS. So in summary, analytical science is the lens to visualize molecular diversity, and integrations with the separation, spectroscopy, and chemometrics allow holistic understandings of the biological system. And also metabolomics transform invisible data into actionable knowledge, supporting information's quality and also sustainability. So thank you for our group in Analytical Chemistry Research Group in IPB University. We divided between the metabolomics chemometrics, natural product analytical chemistry, and sensor and material for analytical chemistry. Hopefully we can do some collaboration with you if there is some overlapping for the knowledge. So this is our collaborators, usually by using the metabolomics and also with the company also. Yeah, thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much. Give applause to Professor Dr. Muhammad Rafi. Because Professor Hui Kinchen left from the room because she have to trip to Sanya city, so she can't to join our discussion. If you have any question, you have to deliver directly to Professor Muhammad Rafi. For this discussion, I would like to open for 2 questions, maybe 1 question. Okay. First question from Pima. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, Prof. Rafi. Very amazed with your work using metabolomics for many different applications. I'm particularly interested with biomarker metabolites. I would like to take example. For example, I want to know what is the specific molecular markers metabolites for disease resistance of a plant compared to variety that is not resistant. What would be the step-by-step pipeline that I should do to be able to do that? I mean, is there any criteria that we need to fulfill to be able to determine that this is the marker metabolites or not? Or, for example, are there any criteria that it has to be single compound, or I mean, typically, is it more like pattern of many compounds, or it's like fewer compounds that represent a specific characteristic? Thank you.
Yeah, very good questions. I think you can, you can do that by using the metabolomics approach to find the biomarkers, which one that have like, as the example with the Pichia kudryavtsevi, we found the active metabolite for the stress protectant. So you can also know that what kind of metabolites that can prevent some diseases or prevent the plants from the diseases or some things. We have studied from the Nilam or the Pogostemon chaplain infected by some mushroom, not mushroom, but the fungi.
Oh, fungi.
Sorry, some fungi. In Aceh province, they call it budok. Attack the leaves of the patchouli leaves, and then we evaluated with the six Nilam and healthy Nilam sample, and then compare all the metabolites. Is there any differences between the Nilam infected by the fungi and the healthy Nilam? After that, we can find the differences. After we find the differences, and sometimes there is also Nilam with infected by the fungi, but is very not is very persistent or not very vulnerable with the fungi. So we can also generate some data by using like GCMS or LCMS, and we can find also what happened in the patchouli infected by the fungi, but they can still develop and produce the oils. Yeah. So
Right.
we can find what kind of molecule that can protect the sample of the plants from the infected fungi.
Right.
So after that, you can see informations of the some metabolites. Sometimes still unknown of the
Unknown compound.
unknown compound. So you should like isolate the compound to see whether they have some activity compared with the in the crude extract and also for the pure compounds.
Yeah. So basically, you do side-by-side comparison to see
Yeah.
the profile, but I believe it's not a 1-to-0 comparison. It must be quantitative, right? That's why my question is there criteria? For example, the resistant one has to be doubled or tripled, or is there any criteria like that that we can say that, okay, this is the marker, or it has to be absence and present?
For the first ones, we only do like qualitative. After that, you can do the quantitative analysis of the biomarkers. So after that one, you can see what those like you can edit for if there is some preventions of the plants from with edit for the biomarker molecules or something like that. But the first one is to do is like qualitatively to find what kind of the information regarding the biomarker metabolites. And don't forget, in metabolomics, not enough only for 1-2 samples. Minimum is 3 also not enough. If you do like some qualitative analysis, maybe 5 or 7 in each sample.
Thank you, Prof. Rafi, for your explanation.
Thank you, Bu Bima. Next, second question. Yeah. Okay.
I'm very nervous because Dr. Ira would like to ask me.
Good. So it's nice speaking to you, Dr.
Yeah, thank
Rafi.
you, Dr. Ira.
I'm Dr. Ruswanira, Associate Professor Dr. Ruswanira Abdul Wahab from University Technology Malaysia, Johor Bahru. So coming back to the question in terms of qualitative detection of the metabolites between the non-infected and post-infected plants, right? So it's qualitative, and then you mentioned that after that we go to quantitative measurements. So what would be the benchmark to say? Because we are scientists, we are chemists, what would be the benchmark that you use to say that this might be the metabolite or the biomarker that we're looking for? Because there must be a value, that we're looking at to categorize it as a possible biomarker for, let's say, plants resistance and so on. Because without the benchmark, it becomes a guessing game.
Yeah.
Okay, and so on. So can you share your insights about your work regarding with this?
Yeah, thank you. I say when we predict the cytotoxic compounds from the source of, we can see the predictions is from the 3 known molecules. After that, by using the in silico, we found that the 3 is very active, but in silico is not depending concentrations, right? Yeah. So we have to still, like the old traditional chemistry, to isolate the compounds or to fractionate the compounds. After that, after we have the pure compounds, and then check it again if there any bioactivity from the pure compounds. So this is the ideal validations for our predictions by using the metabolomics approach.
I would assume that do you go by like IC50 or
IC50.
CC50 benchmarking as well? So in your selection.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Last question, maybe. Is there one more question? No? Okay. Maybe one question from me, Professor.
I think it's not a question.
Yeah, I really interesting about the wood ID.
Yeah.
In case of wood ID, so is there difference of metabolomic compounds consist in a wood that grow in a low area and a high area based on its geography? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it will be different because the environmental factors is also different. Also the nutritions, yeah, also the climate, also different. We have evaluate the growth of the Centella asiatica in the low, middle, and the upper regions in Java, and we found that it's different in the metabolite profiles, also in the wood and other plant samples.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Give
you.
applause to Professor Muhammad Rafi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the second session for this conference today. And then for the next agenda, I would like to deliver to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu Teddy Udayana, MSCPS, SPD MSc. So, can we have a round of applause for the second plenary session, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. And now, for the next agenda, will be a certificate of appreciation once again. And we would like to invite back Bapak Teddy. So please come at front. And therefore, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Rafi from Institut Pertanian Bogor to come up on stage. We will have a certificate of appreciations for you as well, sir. And now we invite again Ibu Prof. Nilowati Niase. Please, Ibu, to come up on stage and give the certificate of appreciation. Silakan, Ibu. Dan mungkin Bapak Ibu kameramen, silakan diabadikan momennya. Please give a round of applause. And to Associate Professor Dr. Huiqin Shen from Guangdong University of Technology of China. Thank you very much to our speakers for the immense gratitude for your expertise on this session. And we also would like to thank our amazing moderator today, Bapak Ibu Teddy Udayana, SPD MSc. Can we have a round of applause again? Terima kasih banyak Bapak. On behalf of the committee, we would like to express our immense gratitude once again for your expertise and knowledge sharing, and we hope that this discussion will bring great benefits and parties involved. And now this is the end of the sessions only for day one, ladies and gentlemen, teman-teman dan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dan pastinya untuk besok kita akan ada lagi plenary yang ketiga. Dan akan juga ada parallel sessions for tomorrow. There will be third plenary sessions and as well as parallel sessions. So therefore, once again, can we have a round of applause for day one? This is the end of day one, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your participations. Thank you for your contributions and commitment in the sessions. And I have a few informations regarding tomorrow's agenda. Yes, for tomorrow's agenda, there will be a certificate of participants, that will be given tomorrow. Jadi Bapak Ibu, serta peserta yang sudah hadir pada hari ini dan besok, kami harapkan sekali untuk hadir kembali besok ya. Kita masih ada sesi kedua dan sesi terakhir ya di plenary session ketiga dan juga akan dilanjutkan dengan parallel sessions. Dan ada sesi plenary dari Bapak Profesor Dr. Syakir Ali dan Dr. Kelvin Mpofu. Dan nantinya juga akan dilanjutkan dengan sesi parallel sessions. Yes, I think that's it for now. And see you tomorrow. Have a good day and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you very much.